I'm getting used to this whole thing where I don't actually have to hit a button to make it go live. Why did you change it back to old Resident Evil 4? Listen. Listen, Twitch. I'm playing this one. This is the one I'm playing. Not the old one. I'm playing this one. I'm glad we've got that taken care of now. Okay. Let me just pop that out and, oh, wait. There's a noise you'll hear. Don't worry about it. It means nothing. It does nothing. Don't worry. It doesn't mean anything. Hey, Kale. I was going to be supposed to have done, we were going to do, it was supposed to have done you know how there's supposed to be a video? I blame, I blame hackers or, who do people really like blaming lately? Frozen products. I blame frozen products somehow. Because everyone's all really concerned lately in the news about like the freezer section of the grocery aisle. So let's just go ahead and play Resident Evil completely normally, except for not at all normal. Because I didn't. Hey, Unknown King, what's going on? What's going on, Ryan? I'm gonna just start getting into the game because the faster I get into it, the faster I get to the part where I'm actually in a boss fight. Also, I think I gotta unplug this again. I think it was not being highly appreciated by Steam that I'm using mods, and so it started giving me a little bit of flack. Hey, Stephanie M. Oh, no. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't get to do that this time. I unplugged you. There is no you. There is only me. And then I plugged you back in. Don't you do this. Don't you do this. What's making it do it anyway? Oh, now it's good. All I had to do is click on the thing that keeps you guys in line of telling you how long, you know, I was about to say, how long Daddy's been gone. Oh, Nightbot already gets timed out. No. I have to lift the cap for Nightbot, but I feel like what I'm gonna do is that wherever the more support's coming from YouTube or Twitch, I will lift restrictions from that side. But for right now, Nightbot, come here. I haven't fully set you up. Listen, Nightbot. Listen, Nightbot. I'm not gonna do anything big. You don't have to worry about it. Nightbot. I'm just going to try to do a command that I didn't do last time. Why is this all up on the screen? I don't know how to make you go off the screen. I don't know how to listen. No. Nightbot! Sorry. I have to I'm having an issue with Nightbot over here. Don't worry at all about it. There's nothing going on wrong. I know how to do it now. Timeout. Nightbot? Yeah, Nightbot. How many seconds? What feels good for right now? I don't have to deal with it. What if 600 is 5 minutes, let's just make it into an hour. So 600 times what, 20, 12,000. That I think the math is mathing. I don't think the math is mathing, but I'm gonna try. I just timed out Nightbot for 12,000 seconds. Hey, Mel, what's going on? Yeah, YouTube does not alert people unless they're like ringing bells, doing everything. Don't forget ads on YouTube. Yeah. Oh, I saw 2 hours and I went further beyond Adjuster Sachs. What's going on? Hey, Jacob. Hey, Dude Man. Hey, Team Master. Kale. Bolski. What's going on, Bolski? All right. This is to go further beyond. Let's keep going. Main story. Continue. Get into it as fast as possible. I blame whatever it is the world is blaming on things right now that there's not a video up. I am so not happy. Why did I just like settle into the world? Like I settled. This is what settling looks like. I gotta go claim money from the sea. That is possibly one of the weirdest sentences I've ever said, but I am sticking with it. I'm gonna go claim money from the sea. Is there any reason for me to shoot long distance on anything until the boss fight? Or can I just, me and this TMP, have a little bit of fun? Nope, 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 not you. I didn't say you. Yeah, me and the TMP, we're just gonna have a little bit of fun. We're gonna put you in a place where you can't do all the things wrong. Hey, Chris. What's going on? Mr. Pooh Balls. Wait, what's your actual name? What's going on? Sometimes you gotta settle. No, you don't. I mean, no matter how much guys are gonna try to tell girls that sometimes you just have to settle in an attempt to bamboozle them into dating you. It's not necessarily the truth, unless I am that male and you are that female, in which case you're not settling for me. You're just, I mean, it's just, you're not settling. I guess you could do better, but why would you? Because look, I made you dinner. Gets bowl of like heated up from fridge section at grocery store mac and cheese. I made you dinner. Why would you want more than this? What did I miss? Nothing. I'm shooting fish. I'm shooting fish. See, the thing is that with this particular mod, the way it is right now, I need weapons upgraded because I need fights to end fast, because I need to not show that I'm a little novice. People need to still believe in I was gonna say Big Pharma, but try to think of like the equivalent of it would be me, and I was gonna say Big Daddy. People need to believe in Big Daddy still. That's kind of like Big Pharma, what, right? Having to believe in Big Daddy. Let me go get this weapon over here. Unless you're talking about Gungrave. Game did come first, then anime. Unless you're talking about Gungrave, there's no reason for Big Daddy to come up. Now, if you are talking about Gungrave, you are a person of culture, and I salute you. And if you knew that Gungrave was first also a... Oh, there is a legit reason to actually use this right now. Unlike most times when I give up the Red 9, there's a legit reason that I might want to use this. I'll think about it. Because I don't have to carry heals around, therefore getting it stocked later won't be the biggest burden. Gungrave was a video game back from the early aughts that was just really fun to play. I'll say that. When it came to adapting it into like a media other than video game, they adapted it in a weird way where most of it lines up the same, but the ending is different. But it was definitely a shoot 'em up action, everything. And they changed the ending to fit more of like a wider audience, and I understand what they did. Did I want to be over here? Is it because I have the key and I wanted to be over here? Is there a reason I'm over? Am I over here for any sort? No, I'm not. There's no good reason I'm over here. I need to just keep going. Hey, Kale. No, there are more people on Twitch than anything, and Stephanie said hi over there. The people that show up on Twitch, there's a few people who watch both on YouTube and Twitch. And then there's others who just stay silent the whole time, and then I'll like say bye, and they'll say bye, and I'm like, yep. Now there's a tool I believe I can use to see how many people are actually here, just like I can for YouTube. See when people are watching, and you know, I see you when you're sleeping. I know when you're awake. I've been looking through your bedroom door, so put on clothes for goodness sake. I bet that same kind of thing happens or whatever. But there, yeah, my faves. Yeah, the lurkers. Yeah, I'll never diss them. Hey, Kokoki, what's going on? See? Look, there's a lurker that just came out. Right there. How would I have ever known about the lurkage? Okay, we're just if I want to farm eggs, I will later on do it with the other chickens. Not with these. These little scaredy cat sons of... So, but I am low on health. They should be more likely to lay eggs. But once you scare a chicken, they're very unlikely to lay them anymore. The brown chicken lays better eggs because...
I'll be taking this.
Because reasons. There, like that egg. It lays a better egg. Maybe the egg is more ripe. I didn't like that description. I didn't like that description. I appreciate that. The wall is so loud. Kaku with the resub right there. I appreciate that. Oh, my sub goal of having 60 is met again. That was my on Twitch for Twitch to take me seriously. It got remet. It was unmet. It's remet for the month. That's really cool. That makes me really happy. Us lurkers need to work on our stealth skills. He saw us. Listen, I just need to make a U-turn. Excuse me. I need to make a U-turn. Excuse me. I'm gonna use speedboat faster. I'm just trying to get money, but it's gonna lead me into doing things I shouldn't do. Excuse me. Oh, there are barrels. The barrels have money. If you're really desperate in this section, barrel, money, barrel. If you're, I'm gonna get those fish after. Hey, Smooth, what's going on? I appreciate, I'm afraid of things.
I got 1, I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fish nest. 5 in the fish nest. Can I get a 5 in the fish nest? Can I get a 5 in the fish nest? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again?
I'm gonna put this away for right now.
Can we gift digital games to you? I want to send you Hollow Knight, Silksong and Castlevania, Symphony of the Night. How are you feeling today?
Ooh, Silksong and Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Yes, you can. You can do it through Steam. Steam is in the description below. I thought about Silk Song. I cannot afford games of my own, so I can't even afford games to try. So yes, you guys can, and I highly appreciate it. I'm not in the... This is my career, and I'm still not in a very good position to be able to afford things for that. But thank you so much. Go ahead and hashtag smooth over there. And I thought... Kuhaku, that sounds familiar. Is that... I thought that was Hakuna Matata. No. No. No, wait. It's... I'm thinking of something. No, don't hit me. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Don't... Bro, don't hit me. Don't hit me, bro. Don't hit me. Don't hit me, bro. Don't hit me. 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 Oh, that's why I have the sniper rifle for this section. I forgot about that. Hey, Robert. It's Robert Hillier, right? I think so. Do I have a key? I do have a key. Hopefully while finding other things. A gold shit brick! Yay! Let me go get Luis's grandfather's ring or whatever. I love it when you're in... Oh no! Oh no! Oh yeah! Oh no! I have the big giant fight, and then immediately after I have this standoff in the cabin and I can't take a single hit. Oh God, what have I done? Oh, I just thought of that. Oh, what am I doing? This sucks. How am I feeling today? It's 25% of the reason why the video didn't get posted. I couldn't snap back to 100%, and why the stream didn't happen earlier. Last night, apparently I pushed myself into a fever. My body really is not 100% yet. I don't know what's going on, whether it's mini strokes, TIAs, something like that, leading up to like a bigger stroke, something like that. Bow. Welcome to the family. I appreciate that so much. Welcome, welcome. Why doesn't it say it on the screen? That shield is wooden. It gets stronger over time. Protect yourself, protect the family. Welcome to the family. Thank you. It's over on YouTube. It's memberships on YouTube, but it's subscribers on Twitch. And for me, it's called aneurysm for trying to keep it straight. Do I wish I was playing RE2 R-Claire so I can fan her revolver? Well, she is using it correctly. I'm glad this does not do damage. If she wants to, if Claire in Resident Evil 2 wants to be able to shoot faster, you have to fan the revolver. Hey, Johnny, what's going on? I mean, that's just what you get with the SAA. I guess I never answered that yesterday. Someone mentioned that revolver and made it sound... That is a cult single action army. That's just called how that was done. And like games like Red Dead have covered that extensively. I didn't think I need to actually... That's the cult single action army. As it implies in the name, is single action only. The revolver cannot be used in double action. There is no double action to it. You cannot long press the trigger for a less accurate shot or cock the trigger for single action. It's single action only. You must cock the trigger before every shot. If you fan the trigger, you can actually fire it faster. That is the cult single action army. I didn't realize that was a real question. Sometimes I get trolled with questions. Otherwise, I probably would have answered faster, maybe. Hey, Andrew, what's going on? What attribute did the cat eaters grant Leon? That I can do that. I can do that forever. Blue Mocha 90, what's going on? And thank you so much for that. I appreciate that membership over there. Let me go on over here. No. I can't save you. You're already dead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to inform you. Let me go up here to the cut section. Yep. The cut section is over here, by the way. There's probably a section over here. This path actually goes on, but it's no longer textured, where Ashley is escaping or is captured or something, and she's jumping away from Ganados or whatever or something. So there's actually a cut portion of the intro of this game where you play as Ashley trying to escape and getting captured, probably after you run into this site. And then I believe what's on the map is that there's a section right here. So it's blocked off here, it's blocked off here, and there's a little block off right here. And that you end up over here-ish. You jump down and you end up... I forgot what's over here, but we'll find it soon enough. Ashley jumps down here and then she does a thing and whatever. That's the whole... That's the sequence that we missed out on. Did I get the herb? Yeah, I did. All right. Hey, yo. Hey, Patrick, what's going on? So, yeah, I need to learn moderation. I either need to learn moderation or I need to be rich so I can afford to go back to the doctor and know what's going on. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. I was just kidding. Just kidding, bro. Just kidding, bro. Oh. Bro. JK. Just like Rowling, I'm JK. The science for making these creatures exist is... I feel like this is one of those times where I would need to explain way too hard. Hold on. Did I get something important? My son's gonna be in my abode here soon. Is my son in my abode? Hey, Rowan, are you here? Did I miss my son coming in? Is my son here? I think his mom might drop him off and it might be, I'm not sure. I'm not sure where he is right now. Hey, Fei. Taking over central nervous system, that's one thing. Making that central nervous system explode out the top of the head and having that thing survive and it be a perfect like crossover type deal, blah blah blah. There's some science in there that this game is hard. This is Jeffrey, want to magically appear and just get my back on this one so I don't have to do anything? I'm gonna need Jeffrey to randomly show up so I don't have to explain anything and try to explain why this game and Resident Evil 8 are so hard to justify the science behind it, but Resident Evil 7 is so easy. I don't know how. So one, it's for something parasitic to go into the body and then be able to actively take over control and then reproduce the functionality of the central nervous system. Ah! Dadgummit. We do have, it's not professional, we do have autosaving on. Hopefully it got me coming out the door. Is autosaving on? Coming in or out? To or fro, in or out, which one? I think I already went upstairs. Okay, that's what I was afraid of in the first place. Uh-oh. I just thought if they throw things... Yes, they do throw things. Bye.
Next.
Actually, that doesn't mean you're necessarily dead. She's gonna be up here for a second. Okay. Take this with a grain of salt. It's harder for me to explain parasitic life forms and how that would exactly work. It's easier for me to say how something like Parasite Eve the Maxim would actually be more correct than how Resident Evil 4 Remake has it. So one, it wouldn't be unheard of for like a type of invasive species to be able to connect with other types of that same invasive species amongst things when they're inside of another living creature. That's not the actual unbelievable part of this. The unbelievable part is that the central nervous system is so perfectly replicated without need of something else that... Ow! Kevin Uff, what's going on? I think I got myself stuck in a bad place. I should just use grenades. That's... God, why do I have to suck so bad? Like I said, I'm doing a crap job of explaining it, trying to play the game too. I feel a little lightheaded. I'm just gonna run. Trying to do AP Bio? AP Bio? God, I haven't been in high school in 2 decades. My 20-year reunion is come and gone. No, you can't do that. That's a little cheaty to reach out and touch through that door. It's less cheaty when I do it, though. It was super cheaty when you did it. Thank you, Johnny, for making sure we kept proper track.
Next.
Uh-oh. I should probably retreat. Tactical retreat. Okay, what am I trying to say? Okay. I'm getting at... Listen. Jeffrey, I'm summoning you with my brain power. Please explain this for me. When you have a parasitic species trying to go in, usually they have to have their own biology, their own everything. It has to actually like try to latch on to the central nervous system. It would need to be able to duplicate functions. There's a problem that would need to be able to take over breathing and things like that, blah, blah. It'd be a slow and steady process. I even say Parasite Eve the Maxim, which is very unbelievable, does it better. Simply because in that pseudoscience, it would need to be able to replicate the cells perfectly first before it tried to fire off the CNS, which is actually why in that show, those who are taken over by it can actually have memories of the person they took over and duplicate, but not perfectly. They don't have all their memories. They can only duplicate to some points, and why they can be outed by anyone who knows them, because you can't replicate the human brain. If the human brain goes down even for a moment, you lose all the signals. And I say even for a moment, but really, like, if it loses the capacity to fire, you lose the brain. It's brain death in a nutshell, because the synapses can never be rebuilt. you can rebuild a brain structure, but you can't rebuild the way that the pathways that use to fire off. And that when there are millions upon possibly trillions of ways that you can fire those things off in one person's brain, in one person's physiology, in one person's life, you're not recreating that very easily. That's why technology can't necessarily come close to it. With that said, even in Parasite, the Maxim, it doesn't actually allow the person to do perfect replication. And I can even get behind that, but it does create matter out of nothing quite often, where like now the physical structure can bend and stretch in ways that isn't as believable. But if you do know that the atomic bonds that you have near your skin and in organs near there could actually harden your skin, kind of like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, when they talk about the body being made of so much carbon can be as soft as like graphite, as hard as a diamond. That is true. You could actually rearrange molecules. But in this game, you see that they're coming out like of the dogs out of the back of the nervous system. The head is staying intact. They're controlling the head. That's even more plausible. The second you actually want to obtain the head, you got to go like the slow, steady. Doesn't get to be instant round. They don't get to retain, and that's the problem. The retention that these creatures have of previously how to function, how to do, how all these things work, and it's more or less kind of if you will, instantaneous. That once it takes over, it just takes over, and you follow signals, basically like what pheromones, anything. That's not reliable. The idea of even how, where I'm looking for you. I was looking for you. The idea of even how hard it is for the human body to fire off signals just to walk, talk, speak. Those who usually go comatose, even for like a month. We have coma victims that wake up from that and have to go through months, if not years, of retraining to speak and walk. That's why that's all fiction and all TV shows. That if it's that much training just to be able to speak, walk, and talk, things that you were able to do, and that's just losing downtime of being up and active for a month. It's not just atrophy; it's the signals aren't firing off properly. Then you're starting to see some of the things of what I'm saying. What I'm saying, it's these are hard to justify. Yeah, people who actually lose like autonomic, that don't lose autonomic functions, go into a coma and wake up. Media always gets it wrong because the atrophy is real, and then the idea that they could just wake up and walk and talk and speak. People who have come out of comas after a year, they are physically capable if you put them through physical therapy, but mentally they're not capable anymore. They have to relearn to walk. The synapses that we're firing off, those are all basically those pathways are erased. You're starting over. You have to like try again. And if you were to take an MRI of that brain, or a PET, start looking at how the brain responds emotionally, physiologically to these things, it doesn't even fire off the same, and that's called neuroplasticity. Cool, right? So the ability for the brain to be able to overcome these things. Neuroplasticity isn't just bound to the idea of like my mom being a multiple sclerosis patient and her losing her myelin sheath, therefore she's losing action potential, so she doesn't have the synapses being able to bridge the gap, firing off, being able to open up those potassium channels, the sodium channels, getting that action over, and so it can cross that chasm and be able to send those chemicals from the end to the active, but blah, 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 whatever. You don't care. Most people don't care about action potential. All they remember is ATP, rowing boats, bullshit, golf clubs. I don't know. And the AMP, ADP. And most people just don't even know that all of it is adenosine, which is even coffee. People don't know what they're putting in their body. The coffee is an adenosine blocker. So if you don't sleep enough and you don't get enough rest, then all adenosine can ever do is try to trick your brain into maintaining what you were before you took the coffee. So it'll give you the jitters, but like you can't just magically it'll just continue because it's an adenosine blocker, and it's gonna bind to every single time you rip a part of that the adenosine from that. Oh God. Then you leave yourself with a mono and a di, and the mono and the di have to come back together to make the tri of ATP. If you have the adenosine, which is the A in that, You block it by actually having it bind to make the ADP look like ATP and AMP, not want to actually see blah, blah, blah. And so you trick the body into believing it's more awake than it is. It doesn't work unless you already got rest.
Stranger, welcome. I got something new for you.
What were we talking about?
Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave.
So all of these random things aside, I'm gonna have to look at that pistol and see if I want to upgrade it. What's the ultimate point I'm trying to get at? It's just very hard to replicate what goes on in the human, and it's not done in science. And people that wake up from comas have a long journey ahead of them. They can't just bounce back onto their feet for any reason. Period. Parasitical life forms and what Ari doesn't get right. Yes. If you want to talk about Resident Evil science, the one science that they consistently screw up, mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Of course. Well, it was a once an invasive species inside of cells that must have become symbiotic. Because we do photosynthesize. Human beings photosynthesize. Write it down, people. How else do you think vitamin D, you're doing it? It's not like a plant photosynthesizes, but, you know, don't worry about that. But, yeah, they actually... whatever. Resident Evil specifically for parasitic life forms gets it wrong. For Resident Evil 8, it's just tragic. They could have been right, and they decided to take a sharp banking turn careening off a cliff. Because Resident Evil 7, scarily enough for anyone who's watched me go on little dork rants about what can and can't work in a game, Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3 can absolutely happen. And not only can, it's a war crime to try to do it, but it's been done before. Some of the things that you're seeing, it's already been done. So let that sink in for a second. That war crime has already been committed. Cat's out of the bag. We know these things. The CRISPR process is available to us. There's no way in the mid 90s they would have known that the science that would make things like a virus like the T virus, the G virus. G virus is just controlled cancer. The T virus is, I've spoken on that before. I don't know if Twitch will allow me to say, but I've broken it down of exactly how you can use the CRISPR process to use the protein shell of something else that would be, you know, could make a water. You have to add polio in there, encephalitis, make the bleeding, everything, gastric problems, blah, blah, blah. But you start with rabies. You start with rabies, and then you start genetically mutating everything. Hey, Cooney, what's going on? So, like, the T virus, not only could you make the T virus, but people much smarter than I who are allowed to experiment in labs have actually confirmed that the T virus is a thing you can make because it doesn't kill the subject if they're a zombie in the first games. T virus victims that are biting you are alive. That's what makes it scary. They wouldn't have known it, but if you actually play Revelations 1, Resident Evil 1 Remake, or just about any other game, you'd learn very quickly, oh my god, my son is betraying me. Everyone hold, please hold. Top betrayal by my son. Crap. we might all have to be put on weight in a second. My son, I should have asked his mom. I knew. Okay, his mom has got it covered. Jesus, my child. Okay, now I can go back into what I'm saying. My child, sweet child. My child wants to always be the one to be in the loop and be asked things, and then he betrays me. The betrayal. Where was I? Okay. We can make the T virus. We can make the G virus. Chimeras are a thing we've made. Now, what chimerical thing you're talking about? Chimeras actually exist in the wild. So, it just depends on what, like, the true scientific definition of a chimera, if you're looking at that. Those already exist. So we're just going to skip right past that. The T virus is just an engineered virus that probably uses rabies as a base. And the T virus, when it does its real job, like the game says, it kills off 50% of people it just comes into contact to, period. 40% become crazy symptomatic and eventually will succumb and become the zombies you see, but will also die off slowly as they're in that state. And approximately 10% of people are actually immune to the T virus. The T virus's actual goal is to use a virus to genetically have the structure of a human being mutate as rapidly as possible to fight the virus, but in doing so, to create something that thereby is not as smart as the human would be, but would then make, do something that viruses don't commonly do, which would be to build muscle and to create something that would, in effect, the tyrant program. So the T virus's actual, ability of what it's supposed to do is help you make a tyrant. And there's in the books, brought into the games, brought into the CGI, so you take it for what it is. There's I believe his name is Sergey, where they found someone who a clone of him is able to take on the T virus and turn into a tyrant almost always, as long as the virus is there, plus biological engineering in the background, blah blah blah. The T virus is even scary enough, the idea that being able to cross species and what species it infects is not actually out of the realm of speculation of if an engineered virus is made, could it do that? Yes, it could, if you're not doing things properly, especially since this final step was to use leeches to be able to make it so that it could be purposefully incubated, blah blah blah. So the Marcus's leeches being the final step of being able to take the T virus, which is unstable, can't be grown off of the progenitor virus, is found in over in Africa because they brought that into Resident Evil 5, bring it over to the Arclay Mountains. Couldn't figure out what to do with it. Resident Evil 0 covers that, uses leeches instead. Are the leeches feasible? They actually are more physically feasible of being able to have a level of intelligence that could do what it shows the leeches could do, which is recreate Marcus's consciousness, which technically, if you're talking about rapid cellular growth, is something that could come together. It wouldn't be able to recreate Marcus perfectly at all. It could mimic, especially if it gave it a level of intelligence that he was trying to, but that's really far stretching. That's a stretch, and I know I should get slapped by somebody who's actually in biophysics for that one, for even trying to insinuate. 1, 2, and 3, completely feasible. The idea that you would actually take a parasitic life form in 3, Nemesis, where there is a leech that is actually trying to make sure the T virus is making him smarter, and the Nemesis is actually, of the long line of experiments, the first one that succeeded, because the first ones were too smart and they had to put them down. And finally, the invasive parasite that they put inside someone who's successfully been implanted with the T virus, instead of trying to remote control the brain, the dumb brain, is possible, that it can take simple commands. So the idea that they were making something that was keeping its intelligence, that they couldn't control, but they tried to control with another invasive species, that's all actually even plausible as well. And then we come to Resident Evil 4, and it's the first one that I want to bash my head against the desk. Resident Evil 4 is hard for me to justify the science for any good reason. just because of the way that it takes people over. It shouldn't be taking people like Leon should not be coming against somebody who with 12 to 36 hours is going to then run into somebody who would, because they're a villager infected with it, that they can act and speak in their native language, can understand, can be controlled, but understand like how to wield and do things like you see in that village scene as they're, everything is more or less normal. That shouldn't be how it's working. The process is too fast, and the fact that they're bursting out of the central nervous system and just breaking the hindbrain and just destroying all of that. It's not replacing functionality. It's just destroying functionality at the same time. The dogs are more feasible than the human beings. 5 tries to rectify it by saying basically you're dealing with a different generation of it. They tried to, but then you get through 6, and 6 even makes more sense than all of that. And I don't even like 6 really. So the idea that I can say 6 is even more believable when you have Wolverine Sherry over here have a piece of plane pulled out of her. Yeah, completely possible. Plausible that if you could make the G virus controlled like they did with Sherry, 1, you would stop rapid aging, rapid growth, kind of like what happened with Jill when she was the experiment of Wesker, because she got infected with the T virus. That version of the T virus in her was different from the T virus that everyone else was infected with, because she was given an antigen, not an antidote, to be able to help her fight it. She successfully fought it. So it's not the T virus everyone else has to deal with that turns into zombies, but also it's not, the T virus, the T Veronica virus. Wesker needs her as basically a missing link. He's trying to make a virus that he can kind of make a new breed of human beings that grow and go beyond even the Tyrant program. Jill's even more feasible. That's why her hair turns blonde, by the way, all of the experimentation. 6 is even more feasible by the idea that Sherry's power, if you will, Sherry's power is the idea of that the G virus is controllable in her body because her own dad came and sought her out to infect her, and so it gave her body a genetic advantage to be able to sustain the rapid growth. So by the time the antigens for the G virus were put into her body to try to stop what was happening to her, which is basically cancer rapidly happening, not controlled happening, but just rapid, but contained, because the G virus was driving its victim, like a lot of viruses will do, driving the victim to actually find a best, most suitable host. And so it was forcing Birkin to say Sherry over and over and go after his daughter, because his daughter is genetically linked to him. So if he can sustain the virus, then his daughter should be able to actually sustain the virus's effect. And you can see why he's grabbing his head and trying to fight it, as he used as a last ditch, because he was gunned down by, Wesker and, all them jackasses. He's trying to not go after his daughter. He's trying to control it, and he's losing control. So when half of them is saying Sherry, he's actually trying to save her. It's when he's taking more and more over Birkin that he finally gives in and infects his daughter. When you get her back later on, she's not going to age. No matter how old she gets, because it's controlled mutation, what you're looking at is the idea that you're preserving telomeres. And so you have to go look at the idea of what's a telomere in a chromosome. Well, when you replicate your genetic makeup to be able to make more of who you are, that is actually your chromosomes coming into play, saying like this is the genetic structure that somebody's made from, and it goes along to be able to use as the basis for how to recreate more of you when it needs to be able to look at the blueprint. Your blueprint is chromosomes. The chromosomes have telomeres. Those telomeres are gonna have are like the erase, the 4 prongs off of a chromosome. The eraser's on the end, so that when it duplicates the chromosome wrong, every single time that there's a wrong duplication, it actually duplicates the wrong part at the very end, and that's just nonsense information. It's not needed. So, for example, when you get gray hairs, it means that the telomere, the eraser of basically your chromosome, has been rubbed down so hard that it's actually getting to the part that says what color is your hair. And so there is no pigment to your hair anymore. Therefore, you start going gray because you have replicated those chromosomes for so many different times that it is torn through what you can think of the eraser of your chromosome and is now into the genetic makeup, and it can't replicate something like your hair properly. Same goes with skin elasticity. That's what creates aging. In the G virus, you're actually bypassing some of that by making what you can essentially think of as backup to the backup to the backup. You never have to worry about tearing into the telomeres. That would be the beauty of a virus like that, because it would create something not only controlled rapid growth, it would make it so that you aren't biting into the erasers. Basically, you're not scrubbing through those when you recreate the genetic structure of the person that's actually getting it. The only times that would happen is when the genetic structure is broken down so hard that the normal body's function would need to kick in to help the viral function that is basically causing cancer. So, for instance, for Sherry, if I don't botch this completely, please don't take it as doctrine. When Sherry is impaled by a piece of plane in Resident Evil 6 and tells Jake to pull it out of her, that is the moment where Sherry might actually have something happen to where, when her genetic makeup is being reconstituted at that moment, the G virus is keeping her stable, that the genetic makeup she is at is what she should sustain. But it is keeping her stable in that way of when all systems are running normally. When she's punctured, her normal body systems are still, her sympathetic system will kick on. Everything that says, you know, mayday, mayday, I'm vitally hurt, blood is being lost. The body will actually try to augment it. And by trying to augment it, its normal cycle of trying to replicate those cells on its own on a normal human biological level will age Sherry. So Sherry's age is less predicated. You can look at it either way. If the virus is done wrong, the virus is done wrong, the backups of the backups of the backups will actually wear down the telomeres faster. If the virus is done correctly, it's creating backups to backups that it never touches the original. That would be the difference. So it's cancer on crack, that whenever it makes a backup to the backup to the backup, the cancer is storing the original genetic material so that when it keeps replicating itself, whenever it would get it wrong, the virus would know something is actually wrong with what it did, and at that point it would go pull from the original genetic makeup. So instead of the body having to consistently pull every single second you're breathing from your chromosomes to try to recreate your body, which this is my best understanding of it, it's actually making the backups for you. You sustain life, you only grow to a certain point, and then your body, after maturing, it would basically keep you in stasis until your actual systems need to kick back in, right? So, you know, those are the two dichotomies of it. G virus done right, you don't age unless your body is actually hurt significantly badly. Done wrong, and it rapid ages you. Got it? Cool. Well, they did bring in the rapid aging finally in Resident Evil 7, because it'd be more, it'd make more sense that if a mold were to be able to get anyone. Hey, Seek is Destroy. I've only got Twitch up right here. I'll look at YouTube. I see that there are comments and everything. It would make sense that if something like, because, you know, mold is like the underground internet. Fungi are way smarter than we make them out to be. They're scary. They're scary smart. So for them to be able to try to replicate how a human being would work and how that would, that's actually all more reasonable, and the physiology of that is more logical of how a mold constructed to invade a human being and try to replicate that would work. Resident Evil 8 then tries to bring memory games back into it, and that's where it goes. So it's that Resident Evil 8 is where it goes off the rails again, because you can't. The ultimate goal is to bring back somebody and the memories of somebody, and basically somebody who died in the soil, and that the Mega Mycete can somehow do that. No, it can't. No, it can't. No, it can't. Everything in 7, that's also plausible, but that pseudoscience is pseudoscience that is plausible in the future, but is also seen in nature now of how fungi mold can do these things. That's actually plausible. Not only plausible, it's done, just not in human beings on that level, on that scale of making a human being. It's not done like that. That's not how it's can, but it's plausible. It's just, to put it in perspective, Resident Evil 7 is just as plausible now as it is if you think of that they didn't know what they were writing in the 90s, and they wrote the T virus, and the T virus 100% is a legitimate thing that can be made here and now. There's nothing you'd really have to change. We can make it basically act the way, and the fatality rates and the way in which people would then feel the urge to masticate, to transmit it via saliva, and being able to leak it into water supplies or have it, all of that. There's no way they could have known that in the mid 90s, and by 96 they're right. They have something published that we can make here now, 30 years later. Give it 30 years after, and we'll talk about how mold fungi have been able to do what the Mutamycete could do in Resident Evil 7. Resident Evil 8, we will not. That is running it way off the rails. That can't happen. So like, it's kind of crazy. You know, the science of these games more legit than you'd like. Let me look over and see. Like, books with typos, the more genetic issues, one set of chromosomes for me, the parent rule out the other, the better results. Hey, Lee, yeah. I could have a boss entry from RE2 or come back for 9. You know, because death is not always death in games. Kikoki, yeah, I mean, the Megamycete from 8 did set up the idea that people that have deceased are dead from 8, or that have ever touched that substance could come back in 9. They kind of set that up, but I hope Leon dies. Jacob, if it's taking backups, wouldn't it eventually break down anyway further down the line? Yes, it would. But it would stagnate the need for that to happen if it's done correctly. But you see how the Evelyn is, as she tries to create more of herself. Let's put it back over to like how like a mold would work. As she's trying to genetically create more of herself, more of her friends, she rapidly ages. So that would be a completely different thing, but that's a living organism. Mold are living organisms, and that's what you're seeing in there. She's rapidly recreating, almost like putting a, if you will, a cancer for the mold. She's doing that, and she's getting that would be a good example of a good parallel to say getting the G virus wrong is Evelyn making a bunch of friends, but it makes her old, right? Hey, Linkle, what's going on? They told us that she was the TCN type old for that. Never, yeah. So all of this is, that called BS. Dead Pixel. Sorry. Go do the research yourself. I'm not the one that actually confirmed that. I reached out to try to see. There are bioscientists that have already been approached by not only me, but later after I explained it on this channel, there is a much bigger YouTuber with tens of millions of subscribers that approached those same scientists asking, basically, can the CRISPR process with viruses that I wrote down a little bit different than I speculated it could happen with the CRISPR process, could that happen? And their answer was for sure yes, but it's a war crime. So, Dead Pixel, sorry, science says you're wrong. Human beings can create, would the death rates be 50%, 40% turn into zombies, 10% immune? No, rabies is almost always fatal. So the idea that immunity would be off, the death rates would be faster, but the transmission and how fast it would make people go that ravaged, and the bleeding, because if you add stuff like encephalitis and the bursting of the capillaries and everything. No, this is not me. This is backed science. I'm not just spewing random shit. So thanks for playing, but you're actually wrong. So hey LJ, what's going on? That is probably made in store. So yeah, I mean, we can't fully make it because it's a war crime, but we've definitely, the CRISPR process, go look it up. It's the ability to basically take the shell of a virus and break that shell open and insert RNA, DNA strands that are foreign to that virus and force it into the genetic code, and for it to then be functional thereafter. The CRISPR process is a successful process. It does what it's supposed to do, and it just is what it is. We use it for genetic experimentation. We're trying to use it. Yeah, it would use a basis of rabies. You would go rewind on YouTube if you didn't hear me start off, because I already explained all that. Yes, it would use a basis of rabies. You would have to add polio to it, for example, to make it waterborne. You'd have to I say encephalitis to get the bleeding from the eyes and everything, and the sensory blah blah blah. All this. There's a list. Isn't that how they make vaccines? Basically, yeah. In an egg incubated, use a little bit of a substance to kill off. Kill is a strong word. Viruses aren't alive because they can't reproduce without a living organism. Therefore, they aren't living in the first place. They're piggybacking off of life. Yeah, I already explained it. I've explained this many times on my channel. I just don't know if I can say the whole thing for Twitch. I don't know if I can talk about something that would technically be a war crime on Twitch. I'm streaming on both platforms. Otherwise, I'd go ahead and give the normal breakdown where I'll tell you the viruses that you need. They're in my notebook at any given time. I think I could say not the whole thing. So, you know, our Twitch viewers over here don't get, you know, shafted just because I'm not sure on their TL. But let me look at up on my phone really quick where I've got that. Let me look up just virus real fast, because I wrote this down a long time ago. So this note is gonna end up being, holy crap. Let's look up rabies. Where is that? Okay. I didn't actually. Okay, so Twitch, don't at me, please. The Geneva suggestions. Yeah, I know. Listen, the Geneva second set of suggestions didn't stop the Japanese Empire from using chemical warfare during World War II. We're on the fourth set of suggestions. The Geneva Convention, though, matters because we don't want to go back to a timeline where, but, you know, there have been other dictators who have used it on their own people. And thank you so much, Curious. I appreciate that. Just popping in to say, ah!
Hey Darkness, just popping in to say hi.
Why do I have it turned up so loud? Okay, yeah. Oh, I can say this. Hey, for Twitch, for not breaking terms of service. In game, this is a gameplay thing. It has nothing to do with real life. It is fantasy because it doesn't currently in this state exist right here, right now. So I'm just saying that if it were to exist, it would need you use the CRISPR process as a rabies base, and then you start getting the things that you're letting me stream on your platform. Rabies matches with because of the stages of finally the degradation of the brain and everything. It needed a little bit of help, but you know, the mastication, being able to saliva based, even though for people who don't know, saliva based transmission is supremely low, which is why people have the urge to masticate and bite and it's like everything when they're in the end stages of you know basically rabies. And the water, the being afraid, the phobia to water is there for blah blah blah. To make it waterborne, you need to use a CRISPR process to add polio to it, and that would make it so that that virus that you're making it need to be airborne. So the easiest thing to use there is influenza, because influenza from one person exhaling, not even sneezing, coughing, just exhaling, can suspend, since it is aerosolized. Influenza is aerosolized. COVID is actually something in between aerosolized and droplet form, which is why wearing a mask makes it so that it can only spread about 6 feet ahead of you. That's where the 6 feet rule comes from. Without, then it's partially pushed by your aerosolized breathing, and there are parts of what you breathe out that it can piggyback off of that will make it like it's aerosolized. But as somebody whose doctorate is in 2 different things, one of them life sciences, part of our community did point out when we talked about this back in 2020, and we were discussing how the mechanics of a real world virus we're dealing with is happening. It's more of a droplet form, but like you add the flu and people just exhaling with the flu, that stays suspended in the air up to 40 feet away from them without any breeze or any outside interaction. That's what's just called Isaac's laws of motion. When you breathe out, how far do you think your breath is going? I mean, think of something more embarrassing. When you fart and you're afraid that the whole class is gonna smell it, Did you have to propel your butt up above the desk and aim it for the ceiling for that to happen? Or did you stay seated down with any propulsion coming from your esophageal tract, anything? Were you just sitting and it happened and then it's still disseminated? It's along the same lines as that. You have to understand that's why influenza would be a good pick. 40 feet away by someone just exhaling and it could infect somebody, making it waterborne. And then, you know, the rabies doesn't actually have personality traits until stages of 3 and 4. People try to hold on to their sanity. The brain is actually being eaten. You don't want the brain to actually lose all function at that point. You would want the rabies virus to be genetically modified so it doesn't have its full effect. And at that point, you're looking at the idea of throw something out there like we're so used to measles and mumps having vaccinations properly and everything like that. But those who go full blown from measles, they act like they're batshit. Like that's no joke. Like measles will absolutely erode your brain. If syphilis was possible to add into there, I'd say syphilis, but we're having to stick with virus and do not mix up your viruses and your bacteria. Otherwise you're making a bacterial, which does need a conduit to stay alive because bacteria are alive and would need something to do. Viruses are not alive. So this is all about why the CRISPR process works better on something like a virus. And I kept bringing up encephalitis and I said for the bleeding, but in my notes, I'm glad. Hey, Twitch, I actually got something wrong and I'm not going to correct it because the last part would be bad, but I will say I got encephalitis wrong. The thing I was trying to say, it was Ebola. But bringing in the Ebola for the bleeding, for the actual hemorrhaging, and people still living through that'd be Ebola. Encephalitis would cause another symptom, and all of those with the CRISPR process equals a war crime. Never do it. But if someone had the ability to do so, they'd probably know better than to use a high-class university's laboratory that could use the CRISPR process to try to do something like this, which brings me to a point of, Luke Cage's ability to have what he does and the idea that in the show that they have to help him when his skin can be penetrated, they have to reverse the CRISPR process because they have to get the temperature, the chemicals, the everything correct. That's actually all scientifically correct of what they'd have to do to reverse it to help him. So, like, it's not like the CRISPR process, even in fiction, hasn't been used correctly. I'm not saying that you can just go to your local beach, get a shell, get that put into your DNA and your skin can't be shot through. I'm just saying that when he is finally injured and they can't get needles, IVs into him, and can't get to something that's inside of his body, reversing the CRISPR process would be the way to get to, and you would have to recreate all of the conditions down to the temperature, or you're not going to do it. So yeah, I don't want to talk about Jacob's Ladder in this chat. Yes, of course I've seen it. I don't know. That's. I understand where you're going with it. I see you. I hear you. I understand. I 100% understand where you're going with it. I got you. I'm here. No, you don't have to be sorry. But, oof.
You have a ticket, do ya?
I know currently right now we have 3 Vietnam vets watching this stream. Minimum. So we're not doing that. There's a lot of people who don't necessarily. Every now and then it is a hard thing to imagine, but that actually does. People do exist that are outside. I'm thinking about using the red. I don't want to yet. I don't want to yet. I want to do this instead.
Try that on for size.
Yeah, I'd rather have the compact size. Okay, cool. Ooh. Let me just sing my oohs for you really quick. Ooh.
Good We're starting to get an idea of your tastes.
No, you're not. You don't know me. Talsanari Requiem, that has been so obscenely spoiled for me in ways that I didn't want spoiled, that I'm depression. I am just moving, living, breathing depression. Those are my thoughts. I'll have to make thoughts and post them on YouTube before it comes out. Otherwise, I'm gonna get asked that often enough. but I wanted to know zero about that game. And finally, after I had everyone understand how much I didn't want to know about that game, the daggum thumbnail for a trailer finally did a thing that I didn't want. I don't like. I don't go behind the scenes and go look up like interviews with like a lot of the things and blah blah blah. I try to stay away from it as much as possible. And a daggum thumbnail and title posted from places like IGN, like, yeah, I'm looking at you, you crappy ass people at IGN. No, there's no earmuffs. Like, there's no way of getting around it. If you've been on YouTube and you've ever looked up Resident Evil, I didn't want to know anything other than we're playing the daughter of Ashcroft, like of the reporter from Outbreak. That is also the reporter for the that reports on the missings and everything that you can find in the newspaper right when you walk into the Baker residence in Resident Evil 7. We're playing the daughter of that person who's working for FBI, and that's all I wanted to know. I would have actually covered the first trailer, and I would have done it happily if I had known in the future there'd be another trailer that would... I would have loved to have gone into the game completely surprised about how the game plays, about what happens, who you play as in the game, things like that. And now, because of that, there is something I said about 2 years ago. I had to go back and look. It's about 2 years ago that I doubled, tripled, and quadrupled down on if someone asked me in a stream that you can probably find in the Resident Evil 4 or Resident Evil 2 playlist on YouTube. Someone asked me in one of those streams, good luck scouring through the hundreds or thousands of hours of that to go find exactly which one it is. What would I want out of 9? And one of the first things I said was, if they bring a veteran back of the RE universe, I want them dead. I want them to pass on the torch. I am tired of recycled characters with storylines that have been made concrete and proven throughout the series. We don't need it. I don't want it. Go ahead, and if you want to pass on the torch, there's only one person whose character is like 3 characters and another person who's 2 characters. Jill is like 3 different people depending on where you're looking at. And that's not just me saying it. The way they characterize her has gone off the rails before RE3 Remake. That was just the 3rd iteration. So, you know, we have that going for us. But I will refer back to the same thing I said so long ago. If you want to have, and now I can't pre-order it without seeing the same thumbnail, by the way. So I know that if you want to try to stay away from it, good luck. But if you want to pre-order the game or buy the game, there's someone on the cover and it tells you there's someone other than Grace in the game. Sorry, but when you go for anywhere that I've found to pre-order the thing, you're gonna have to see that somebody else is at least involved in the game somehow, like they did with Village. There's no way of getting around it, but I'm gonna go back to the same thing that I said. I want them now dead. I want them to pass the torch on, for them to pass on their knowledge and what they've been through and all that kind of stuff. I want them to be able to be there as like a guidepost and something that can, you know, basically to keep the lore going. But we do not have any classic characters except for Jill with a close second. I will even put Sheva in this category. Don't try me. I'll exposition anyone that's down into realizing that Sheva can be put in this category. We haven't been given enough. Even Carlos is in the category. We know here's a child merc. We know he ran away after Umbrella. We know all this. Carlos is even in it. So, is this the one I care about? So, I said it years ago when people asked me what games do I think would come out next. I said another numbered one would come out. I said, you know, Veronica is in development hell. That Capcom Japan is looking up how to get Billy Cohen. Easy, gone. There's nothing more to it. For more obvious reasons than you think. If he could exist, he'd die. So Billy is out. Billy Cohen's story, sure, got you covered. If he shows up, he dies. So you'll just find his dead body. Covered you. Anyway, you don't get to be put up for a, like, you don't get to lose, like, much. Military doesn't joke around. So Article 32 is at least a slap where maybe you can get an officer to decide your punishment, and you don't have to. But when you're talking about when you're getting 15'd over there and you're having to go, like, you got JAGs trying to represent you and all these. No, if you're sentenced to death, you're gonna die. If you don't run, you're dead. That's it. That's the story. That's it. So he doesn't get to come in and save. Why would he? He needs to run. Billy's story is over. It's over. It's over. It's over. Why would it not be over? But no, the only other person is, of all people, Claire. Because there's two versions of Claire out there. And Code Veronica, a remake, could actually clear that one up. And at that point, yeah, even Claire is finished. She's finished. Because a remake could actually clear up exactly why she acts the way she does in Revelations 2. Or it could change, and then the even Revelations 2 remake, that would be a thing. But Claire's a close second for that category. If it's not Jill or Claire, their characterization is finished. Chris runs off of the idea of mourning, loss, guilt, feelings of responsibility. Leon runs off of being lone wolf, same responsibility, but it's actually like an inverse to what Chris is. Dadgummit. Sherry is even pretty much, she's finished, because you get to see how her character responds to this. It would just be callbacks. It's what I tried to explain so long ago when it came to remakes and everything. You have to understand, the franchise will never grow if we're just going to do callbacks, because time keeps marching forward. It's something that we haven't broken the boundary of. We don't know if the next dimension that human beings can break is going to be gravity, as actually a fourth dimensional wall that time is bound to, or if time dictates gravity, it should be actually gravity is the dimension and time is being dictated by that because of the way that light reacts to gravity. There's all those type of things. No. We aren't at these points and whatnot. Time will march on is my point. These people will get older. They might get wiser, but they're not going to be on front. You do not have 80-year-old Chris in 20 years trying to pull something. It's not, there's no point. The franchise would be dead in the water. Why even play it? Just go somewhere else. Do something else. Please. I mean, just do something else. So my whole point was, if there is a Resident Evil number 9 and they want to set it in the anywhere present, they're going to first and freaking called it for anybody who said Outbreak would have to come in some way, shape, or form. They've made the assets, they've made the character, they've made the references, they've put the work in. Outbreak and its story would have to come to fruition sooner than later based on Capcom stocks, their messaging, what they've said. I said it would be an Outbreak. I would want to see an Outbreak remake. They've put out multiplayer. They've done all the work to make people work together. But Outbreak in general, in some way, shape, or form, will come back into the storyline, gameplay, something. They put in the work. I was saying that an Outbreak remake would be great, and they've done the playtesting needed, with you guys being the playtesters of having to do their whatever. But they've got all the things needed, but they could carry along Outbreak storyline. Wouldn't you know it, the Outbreak character, the daughter of that, is the main character for 9. It's almost like I said, if they didn't do a remake, they do a follow-up to Outbreak, that 9 would be the next, and that they would need, Code Veronica is the one that they'd have to get out of development hell. Seeing if being able to name games, saying that Village was the proof that the game's names had to stop. So Resident Evil Village, not Resident Evil 9, and now Requiem is carrying it on. They want you to call it Resident Evil Requiem so that new players will come into it thinking they don't need to have played Outbreak. and all that jazz. Called this years ago. Called it years ago. Of that, these are the stipulations for which if you want these certain things. And while I'd say that I'll say that by my own wording of how I put things, I'm off by, I got it, the general premise of how it would have to go. Better than 80% correct, probably less than 90%. It wasn't hard to see, and the other 10% is just error of creative license of the people making it. It wasn't hard to see, but like I said back then, if they want to bring back a vet for 9 and they want to continue on the story, then we have a few things. And I use the example of, and what if that vet we bring back, what if the person we bring back is actually, you know, the winter story being carried on through a new way that we aren't thinking about? What if we wanted to actually bring in the winters and whatnot? Okay, well, we could do that, but that would put her as a time skip with people even too old for that. That was my first example of, yeah, the winter story at the end of it said to be, oh, blah, 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 I don't care. That doesn't mean that they haven't brought back characters where like their story feels like it's finished being told, because whose story felt like it was finished being told if they didn't directly want to continue off of Resident Evil 6? Leon. Unless you want to bring back Neo Umbrella, his story was finished. So I don't know what really more to say. If you want to bring people back, I want the old people dead. Because otherwise, how do you keep the franchise going? You can have callbacks, you can have references all day, every day, twice on Sunday. But you can't. The only people I said that would be viable to bring back would be Jill. I believe back then I said Jill, Claire, Ethan and his daughter. So Ethan and Rose. I didn't look behind me. I said one other person. Whatever happened to Barry Burton in the lore? Play Revelations 2. What happened to him? Revelations 2 happened. You play as him. And Resident Evil Gaiden doesn't count, so there's not that. What about the Revelations 2 ending? What about it? I mentioned Claire as one of the ones that needs to be fixed. He rescues his grand. I don't want to spoil Revelations 2, but you play as Claire and Moira is his daughter. Moira is the daughter that was referenced of his alienation from his family because of his gun collection early on in the Resident Evil universe. Early on, he was invested in his work and invested in his weapons more than he was his family. And that was a downside. That he wanted to try to be there more for family, blah, 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 all that stuff. And there were legitimate reasons for that to happen. And before Revelations ever came out, one of Barry's sticking points was that he turned his eyes on his family, and one of his daughters was hurt handling one of his weapons. One of his weapons got a hold of by one of his family members. Now, the first references to it before Revelations 2 was not his daughter specifically, but highly made reference to that. Dadgummit! Dadgummit! Those explosions are big. I can't imagine what's gonna happen when I have to fight El Gigante. Yeah, they reveal things, but it doesn't have to be the people who it's revealed to carry it on, really. And once again, Claire is one of the ones you could carry on, and it works they didn't finish off the storyline. They made that into something I think is quite reasonable. That his backstory of being alienated from his family, not talking to him, that's why they could be kidnapped so easily in Resident Evil 1. His family's kidnapped and held ransom by Wesker, or so he thinks, which is why he complies with being able to lock up Jill and bring Chris to Wesker to work. So if you wonder why it's easy mode to play as Jill and harder to play as Chris, it's because Jill is not the one who actually goes in the manor. She gets early on locked up by Barry. The one that actually does survive all the events in the manor that you see for the most part, with a few notable exceptions of at what point was she actually taken into captivity by Wesker. The person who went through it is continuity-wise, canonically you can play either one. But this is the difference, once again, for those who haven't been around for my basically TED Talks of how storylines work. Canon is, like, for example, every time I die as Leon right here, that's hey, Julia, what's going on? That's a canon event. Every time I die, it's a canon event in game that Leon dies and doesn't go on from this. Because if I put the game down, that is canon to the storyline. He is dead. Continuity is, canonically speaking, which event leads to the next event that tells the story you're trying to tell as a through line for a longer story. So, like, it's easier to think about it as the idea of, if you write one standalone book, you can have a successor or a spiritual successor. So, right, Soma's got a spiritual successor coming up very soon. It doesn't have to have anything to do with the original. It doesn't have to have callbacks. It can be its own thing, and you can still feel like you're getting like a Soma remake. But if Soma had a true remake, by the ending standards, we'd have to go off the rail and go with it, or we'd have go watch Soma. I won't spoil it. I'm gonna make a movie version of my playthrough. The first thing I ever did. I had black hair back then. My brother was alive. That if we had a Soma 2, not a spiritual successor, we'd have to choose from what lens do we want to look at it and how you want to interpret the ending of Soma, which means you would have to, canonically, two things actually happen at the very end of Soma. Continuity-wise, only one can happen. Which feels like I'm all of a sudden explaining the true principle of Schrodinger. But that's not what I'm trying to get at, because I feel like I'm explaining that. And I don't know where we got to talking about cats, but here we are. Yeah, canon is everything that's happening in the lore. Continuity is the story that it's actively trying to tell you. So, canon is that both Leon and Resident Evil 2 Remake, canon is that both of them run into every single mob they run into. So both of you fight Birkin in that mutated state. Both of you end up on that platform. Both of you knock him over the ledge. And then the other one has everything rebuilt so it can happen again. That's canon. Both of you fight him somehow, and somewhere in there, everything's rebuilt. Both you and Leon, like Claire and Leon, fight Birkin in his first form. Continuity-wise, that can't happen. He's knocked over the edge. And him not being knocked over the edge is how puts him in proximity of being able to do other things. Water supply, blah, blah, blah. And the sample that Ada will get later, blah, all that stuff, right? Cool. So both can happen. Same with the idea of who goes through the RPD first, Claire or Leon. Well, you can decide either one. But even if you don't like it because the dev said, well, it's kind of we left it up to interpretation. No, they did not. The person who must go through the RPD first in the discussion period is Claire. For canon, you can go through the RPD as Claire A or Leon A. The one that is continuity to tell the story that would be told later, even though Marvin's knife makes it confusing in this game, it must be Claire. Because Leon breaks ladders as he goes through the RPD. If Leon is breaking the ladders, Claire cannot later cross them. So when she enters the RPD, she would have to enter it and go to all the places where Leon has done destruction, where she would no longer be able to cross, and that only can exist if Claire reaches the RPD first and Leon reaches it second, breaking ladders that Claire will never traverse again. It is Claire A, Leon B. At least for when it comes to going through the RPD. That is continuity. That's the difference. Canon, both of them go through first. Continuity, Claire must go through first, Leon goes through second. Continuity speaking, I'm speaking to more of those storyline beats. I'm not understanding what canon is. Canon is exactly like what I just said. Like, canon to the storyline, every single time Leon dies, for you in the lore of the game in that moment, Leon is dead. If you put down the game and never come back to it, that's the story that was told to you. The storyline that is now portrayed to you is that Leon died to one of these people and that's the end. But that's not correct. That's just the story, that's the possibility. Continuity would be the canon events that lead to the storyline being told. So continuity would be the canon events that continuously, as the name suggests, continuously lets the canon events happen. So what canon events can continuously happen, hence the name continuity, that would be that. The story you personally experience is not canon. Canon is the official established lore according to the writers. Kind of yes and no if it's just a one-off. If it is a series like this, no, it's every iteration of what you're allowed to do in that, because you can put down the game. You don't ever have to look for what the writers were trying to do. That's the difference. Oh my god, 1,000 followers always. The thing is that for video games you can just put the game down. You don't have to listen to what was supposed to be done. So since you have agency to play, video games are a little different than like a book. So that would be canon because that is not established to you as the player because you can just stop playing. But it is established for everyone else who finished the game. But then everyone that finished the game had to play it twice. So then you have to establish how you established that you played both characters twice in the same place. And that they didn't die. It'd be like when people ask, okay, so how can they get bit? Well, no. Establishing that too is a pain in the butt. That's fun. But when you're talking about writers and books, yes, that is true. That is 100% true because books are linear for the most part. So for the most part, books follow that rule. Video games get to break that rule a bit because like move. No! Video games get to break that in general because unlike a movie where you watch it front to back, unlike a book where you read it front to back, the video game can be presented as something that, like, if you... Yes, I'm making it akin to the idea of if you stop Avengers in the middle of the movie, does that mean they don't continue acting? No, I'm making the idea of, like, if... It's the idea that if you're watching Avengers, and in the middle of watching Avengers, you yell at the screen of the movie theater and say, "I hate you, Spider-Man, why don't you just go die?" And he croaks. Because they had something voice activated in the theater, and it's just like, well, you need to buy a new ticket because you were able to interact with the movie. I guess since that one guy in the back didn't like Spider-Man, Spider-Man is now dead. So that's just how that goes now. That's canon how it goes as described, because we're gonna go just buy a movie ticket to see another, or when like writers do different endings. Like they can, in the movie, you can have two endings to the same movie. And they've done that before and screwed with people. And I love the idea. I can't remember what movie it was that made like 3 different endings. And they didn't tell people that when you got a movie ticket, they were giving you whichever like showing of the movie you went to is you didn't get the same ending possibly as other people that watched it. So everyone was arguing over like how the movie ended and no one realized at first. There was a clue? Yeah. No one was realizing what was quite happening with that. Yeah, Clue. That is hysterical. That would be the idea. But if Clue 2 comes out, you have to establish which of those endings happens, right? Or, you know, they would, if they would like to settle the score for their own stuff. But I'm saying, like, in a book, in a choose your own adventure book, those exist. I remember reading them as a kid. Animorphs has 2 of them. You're the 6th Animorph. There's never a 6 in the pit Animorph with you in the book. There's 5 kids that run across an alien that start that. Whatever. The Alternamorphs, those are canon. But for continuity's sake, they it's like they didn't happen. If you read Goosebumps, every ending you got was canon because it was written and established by the author. Stein wanted you to be able to get that ending. That is an ending because you could choose your own adventure. Video games have to go by that logic, not by the logic of what you would think of normally for like a book, unless the book is like a choose your own adventure, like I just said, or if you could just Actovision the movie Scream, right? Since you can choose to die as Leon and walk away, continuity canon wise, that did happen, which also brings up the question for a lot of people of how do they survive all of the bites? And that is the one that's actually harder to establish, because with continuity, Jill being infected is a big deal in 3, which leads to 5, which leads to all the events that finally transpire with where is this thing? I hate it so much. With Wesker, right? So that finishes off Wesker's storyline, so that has to happen. But for every time you get bitten, why aren't you infected? Well, you've got 1 or 2 explanations. Right? And that's where developers would have to, if they want to continue on with that storyline and at that plot point in further games, the devs would need to step in. It is canon that both of them can get bitten and not turn into zombies. Continuity wise, you would need to choose. Are they the 10% who are immune and therefore, or are bite transmissions so ineffective that it's more likely that those who are infected by water supply or airborne are more likely to become the zombies mutated by the T virus, and therefore the bite transmission is not transmitting to your characters, so they're getting chomped on, but they got lucky, and then they took prophylactic treatments afterwards, something like an antigen treatment that would help them fight it if it does go on with the system. But we already got to see that the antigen treatment with Jill still made her body mutated. With the T-virus, you'd have to go and establish, are they immune? Did they just fail with a saliva transmission? Did they bring their own water supply into the city and never drink from taps there? Probably. Just drink from water bottles. Just imagine that one. If I knew something was going on with those sewers, I would never touch water there. And did they just not breathe it in? Are they what's going on with that? Like, that would be continuity versus canon. They get bit all the time. Are they just immune? That would be, and that it is different for games versus other media. I'm not getting that wrong. It's just, it's the medium in which you're telling the story is different. It's the up-down one. Hey there, Sage's Todd. I'm not getting that confused. I got my media correct. I got my mediums of telling stories correct. You have to change the way that you would consider that. It's all, so continuity, like it says, is continuation. It's in the word. Where is the other sign? I've got some helixes going on. I think I can guess the rest of it. I think I know the pattern. My brain is so, yeah. We got that going on. The 2 eyes. I'm not gonna look for the other one. We got the yes, side by side, this going on, and I think the last one that we're missing is one that has to be made of 2, which would be something like that. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Do I get an autosave from that, please? Do I get an autosave, please? I'm about to have to go through and fight a boss. Do I get an autosave? Yes, it autosaved underneath my face cam. So I'm not like changing definitions or anything. Like I'm not changing the definition of it is canon in a video game since you have agency and the developers mean for you to be able to die, that canonically they are dying when they die. Just like if they for some reason made a smell-o-vision, canonically the smells you smell in smell-o-vision, if they're different from somebody else's experience, would be, you know what I'm talking about? Those the medium for which you want to put the definition matters. So yes, the developers want to be able to tell a story. The continuity is dependent upon what they want you to carry forward. Some things have to happen, some things don't, and how you play the game is not how everyone else plays the game. So if they want to continue the story, they do have to clarify what's going on, which is why this game can't quite make sense the way it does. Unfortunately, this game has one little flaw. A weapon suit for close combats has been Leon's go-to since receiving it during his time at the RPD. Now, this highly infers that during his time at the RPD, receiving it, highly infers he received it from Marvin. Now, in our translation, and I believe the reason that this is under contention, in the English translation, it says this, but I believe I believe the Japanese translation does say since receiving it from Marvin. Correct me if I'm wrong. There's another language I think that does reference Marvin. I'm not sure, but somebody came into the stream and I acquiesced that if it did say that, there's a problem. See, he could just get this bayonet-style knife while he's at the RPD. They just seem to have a dime a dozen, so, you know, that is just a thing. But if Leon got that knife, then when in that time did he meet Marvin while Marvin was alive? And since he has to be the second one to get to the RPD, did he meet Marvin alive at some point before Claire finished the puzzle? Before she went underground? Did he run into Marvin and then run into Marvin a second time? Did he run into Marvin and we just don't see it because of time and constraints and, you know, use your imagination type deal? Like that's a major problem. Should I? That's a locked drawer. Do I have a key? A key. I know I sound like I'm being a dead horse, but I'm not. This is not me being like grossly wrong type deal. I mean, yeah, that's exactly what I think of it. It could have been him just taking it from Marvin's corpse. Absolutely. Yeah. As brutal as that. Oh, I can only unlock one of them. Huh. Yeah, that it just show him giving it. Yes, it sure does. That it is a problem. And it's one that I can't just like hand wave away. I'm gonna go get the far treasure and just because that gives me more time to contemplate my life choices before I have to not get hit by El Gigante, knowing the fight's gonna drag on because I saved the puppers, which is the only correct choice. It shows him getting the knife from Marvin. That's why it makes that hard. Oops, this is not the place. Where is that locked drawer? Wait a second. Wait. Am I an idiot? I might be an idiot. Guys, we're fine. I'm an idiot. Guys, we're cool. Everything is cool. I'm just dumb. I undid that drawer. What am I looking for? Oh, guys. Oh, we're good. I'm just stupid. Yeah, that is true. That's why I'm saying, like, you don't have true A, B scenarios in the remake. That is correct. That is what the developers, I think, were trying to... we're really trying to point out when they said, like, they know that the events don't line up. I think that's what the developers are really trying to get at. They know it doesn't line up, and how do you just rectify that? That it can't have happened. You both can't fight the same stuff, and they aren't explaining enough. Now, the tyrant's the easiest one to explain, which is there's just two tyrants. Yes, Jill is a BOW. So is Sherry. That's established quite some time ago in the games. They're both BOWs. Yes, Jill, Sherry, Jake. Jill and Sherry are BOWs. Yes, that's correct. So it's to give. Is Chris officially a BOW? Yeah. No. No. No.
Welcome. I've got
Though it would make it a lot easier to try to convince people that, like, if they remade that you can't be punching that boulder like that.
Do you much good?
It won't do what you think it do. All right, give me more money. Give me back my money. I need money for this. Okay.
Thank you. I still have some new items you might be interested in.
I don't know. Do I take the?
All my wares are in tip-top shape.
I know your wares are in tip-top shape. I could upgrade the knife.
You have a ticket, do ya?
Don't you mention that? I knew you'd mention that ticket. You are.
And I'll make
What's wrong with you? What is? You have no manners. 2 rounds at a time. Rate of fire. Let's just go ahead and do some basics here
get an idea of your tastes, friend.
to give me a chance. Give me a chance, because if he's sweeping around, I've got to like immediately stun him. I gotta be the #1
Molding
stunner.
a weapon to suit your specific
This is a.
It's a thing of beauty. Try that on for size.
I'm not going back on my choices. We're saving it. And I'm saving it over this slot. Can't go back. Bro, I couldn't go to a volcano. If a boulder got in my face, I'd punch him out. I've already... I don't want to rehash things I've said in other streams. If someone could remind me what stream it is, I'll make a short out of like the idea of the original time I said it and every time I've said it afterwards, because I haven't changed it. You can still have a volcano, a boulder, and everything involved, and have that boulder punching jerk, whatever, the asshole line that they say, by the perspective of everyone. Like, if he's desperate, because Chris's whole character is depression and loss. He is driven by the loss spiral, responsibility, trying to save people, basically, but being this person that is responsible to and beholden to a few that he's always driven by. When those people leave him, lose him, don't survive, it's a cycle that he's never good enough and all these. And I could do a whole character breakdown on how Chris and Leon are basically the same person, different sides of the same coin. That, you know, it's the same coin, it's just barely different. But if everyone else, I'll truncate it real quick and then I'll go fight the boss. If everybody in the helicopter that was going to come and help Chris finish off Wesker saw him punching at, if they're at distance trying to help them get at, and they're not actually in a volcano. Let's say there's a structure near that Wesker set something up to try to keep people avoidant. He set it up on the rear side of somewhere where they're not investigating where an active volcano is. You can't go down into one because you'll just suffocate to death and you'll burn before you ever get near the lava. Like, let's say Wesker set something up near a location like that where there are structures that you could have Chris go off and see that Sheva is in trouble, needs help right here, right now. And he can't get to her. He's like, his nemesis, which was established in Resident Evil 1 and then Code Veronica. If you haven't played Code Veronica, you don't know exactly why Chris is so gung-ho against Wesker and why Wesker wants Chris dead, because it started as Chris is the one that plays through the mansion into discussion. Jill early on does get locked up by Barry. Barry thinks his whole family's held up. So like their rivalry goes there. Wesker loses his humanity because of Chris specifically. And then after Wesker loses his humanity to save himself because of Chris specifically, he wants to make a new race of humans, because basically he's pulling a full I'm alone. So whatever, people could be better and I'm alone. So he goes and kicks the royal hell out of Chris in Code Veronica, but isn't able to finish him off. They have their showdown. He's going after and to torture Chris, let's say. Let's throw out a new one. To torture Chris's brain, he is going to kill his partner. Just like Chris has PTSD of losing Jill as his partner to Wesker, he's going to make him lose another partner to him. Right? Let's just go with that one for this, the third iteration of how I'm going to tell the exact same thing. Because it's going to end the exact same way. Because this is the most logical way for them to bring it in. And you still get someone like Mr. Magneto saying, boulder punching asshole. He's desperate. He's near this facility that is near this active volcano that Wesker has built conveniently so people would be estranged from him. It's hard to reach, kind of like the Arclay Mountain situation. You're just near this place in the first. He sees that there's a potential to save his partner, but he's seeing like the mechanics of it in his head that he's not going to reach it there fast enough. But like, let's say a boulder that he runs into that has been knocked astray due to the Deus Ex Machina that causes that. Maybe it's Wesker went ham, he started mutating, he started knocking down buildings and made a fragment of the mountainside come down, partial avalanche. He sees it. Let's say even it's on the safe side of the volcano, much less going toward the lip of that volcano, that he sees Sheva being cornered in a way that she's going to die unless he intervenes. And he sees the boulder and it can reach, it won't harm Sheva, but it will absolutely knock Wesker off of his game. And he goes after it and he tries to push it. And for all of his might, he now knows he's going to lose another partner. All right? Because it is established by the game itself. If you go to it, he does not punch it. He does not shove it. He does physically punch it to get it into place. The game establishes that it's not his it's not just showing. Someone brought up in a stream, what if it's just his desperation? It's not. Go replay Resident Evil 5 and realize his actual punch gives it momentum to move. He is punching it into the lava. All of that is nonsensical. But let's say he starts pushing against this rock formation. It said you weren't subscribed, Sarcasm? Jesus. Let's say he's pushing against this boulder and it will not budge, but he's already got, a helo on the way. And when he's got eyes in the sky, being able to see his actions and could say to the rest of the crew what he's willing to do to try to save her and whatnot, they see that he's pushing against this rock, this giant boulder from a partial avalanche that could possibly save her, that he's basically being mind tortured into watching another partner die because he's not capable enough to stop them, that they're having to sacrifice himself for him, and he could do something but it's not working. And in his frustration, he starts punching the boulder. Okay, and then let's say that Chris has a mind, because this is the same guy that deduced that that Umbrella Europe had everything to do with everything and figured out about the T Veronica virus and all that. He's not dumb. Chris is not dumb by any standard, any measure, anything. So let's say he, in this structure that Wesker, Deus Ex Machina, something perfectly into place, he sees a way to instead take not his strength, not being able to push it, not being able to punch it. He sees a way of using leverage. And he's using leverage to now all of a sudden stick some pipe, some piece of metal, something that can all of a sudden have this anchored down other rock conveniently in place that he can wedge down, pull down all of his weight for, and at the very end, when he's finally trying to make it go with the last little bit where it's going, it's rolling, it's about to stump, they see him just run at it, elbow, and punch it one more time, and it goes rolling down. It saves the day, stops Wesker from killing his partner. What do you think the people in the chopper saw? Eventually, a chopper shows up that is carrying Jill, does actually scoop up Sheva, gets you. They are on their way. They can get eyes on the scene. They might have seen some of this. If you had to retell that story, what would you say? He is already a legend in the BOW community. He helped found the BSAA after it was corrupt under its first iteration of being under pretty much rip-off Columbo. And now there's a new iteration of it. It seems like coming up in the new games because the BSAA is using BOWs to do their dirty work come Resident Evil 8. Anyone that wants to tell the legend of Chris Redfield would just say, like, they saw it with their own eyes. They were the ones, they were in the chopper going to be able to rescue them. They saw him pushing, punching, he did some stuff, I didn't quite catch it. And then last second I saw him just like ram it, punch it, and the boulder went downhill. And like, did something whatever to Wesker and saved her life. And he's just, I can imagine a scene where you can just think of the real life implication of that, and him going, no, that's not. And she was just like, well, I saw you punch it, and it saved my ass. And it's just like, no. Pilot saying he's doing it. He's saying, Jill's already picked up by the pilot. Jill's being like, I'm a BOW that basically has all of my senses heightened. I saw it too. And Chris is just going, oh, someone get me a shot of vodka, and by the time he can even have like a word in, Magneto in Resident Evil 8 is being like that boulder punching asshole, right? Cool. That's how it works. That's how they could rewrite that scene and whatnot. But so you've got all the basically urban legend. So you've got already the building blocks of how would you rewrite these things. But we're gonna get those better rewrites if they remake those games. I said a long time ago how I didn't want that flag passed on. I wanted the legend. Yeah, the urban legend passed on. These things passed on. Just urban legend. Yeah, like the myth, the man, the myth, the legend. But like you said, to get the remake started off, they decided with Resident Evil 2 to play it loose. If you want to hear my biggest criticism of 2, it's actually that people complained about 3 and didn't let us get the DLC that let us know how the wall got broken. That is not broken in 3, but is broken in 2, which means that we probably got to find out where the other tyrants got dropped. Because my real true biggest criticism is that what you do in one scenario doesn't affect the other like the original. That is really the only thing that I truly don't like about Resident Evil 2 Remake. You have choices that you make in the original Resident Evil 2 Remake, and it would have been great to see, like, you can carry more stuff or you can get the SMG, but when you play the other person, they can't have that, or you can take both. Like, I really adored that mechanic from Resident Evil 2, the original. So just to give like the SMG to Claire, and that it's not a choice, and how you upgrade your bag, both of them upgraded bags the same way. I would have loved to see that, like your hip pouch. If you grab the hip pouch attachment, the other character can't grab it. That would have been cool to see implemented. But yes, Resident Evil 2 Remake is the hardest one for me to sit here and talk about continuity, how it leads into the other ones. But it is and the knife is the thing that drives me crazy, knowing that other languages, I believe, or other guys or somewhere, someone came in my chat and said it specifically says that Marvin gave him the knife. The opening cutscene does show Leon getting the knife from Marvin. That's a hard one to explain, given that Leon did have to show up second because he broke the ladders. He broke the way that Claire would have ascended and descended. So that would be your definition of, as I go to fight a boss. That is why I try to stress, like, game as a medium is a unique thing. Don't try to make, this the square go into the round hole. Welcome back to the family. I appreciate the support. Welcome back over there. Yeah, look at all that loot in that suitcase. I'm hauling around a nice little suitcase. It made the OG difficult for the first playthrough because playthrough without all that stuff was hard. Yeah, I did. Hey, Latoya. Hi. Hello. Welcome back. I appreciate this. So it's my way of explaining. Yes, I know that somebody was, I don't remember who originally said, was saying, like, I'm trying to explain, I'm getting continuity in canon mixed up. No, I'm not. It's just we're talking about a medium in which you can have multiple characters, multiple endings, multiple different ways, and you can get the character killed and put the game down. But continuity says, if you want this story to go on, the game wasn't put down by people, he survived. But it is canon every time Leon gets bit or dies or gets whatever, that happened. Because it's just the nature of the medium. Just like if you were in a movie theater and you could scream, I hate you, X character, I wish you would drop dead, and they dropped dead and the movie was finished for everyone, and you had to rebuy a ticket and rewatch the movie and hope no one opened their mouth at that part. Skill check, can everyone close their mouth? The answer, if we know anything about online anything and trolls, is no. PDS, hi there. PDSC, what's going on? But yeah, it has been a hot second, or cold. I can't do it. It is a temperature type of a second that you've been a gun for. It is more like Goosebumps. Choose Your Own Adventure is more like Animorphs. It's more like it's more like movies that have more than one ending, and then you have to say which ending is people want to say is canon. Well, both endings are technically canon because both occurred, but you're now making a sequel. Which ending continuity? And this would be like I Am Legend. That would be what I'd point you to. I Am Legend. Which ending? No! I didn't put the heads! I read all of Animorphs once or twice a year, front to back. Because it starts off as kids' books. It ends as young adults to, you better be very grown. Holy crap. I want my son to start reading it so as he gets older, because one of his favorite books was also written by Applegate. So, like, I know he'll like it. I didn't put the heads. I own the whole series, and my brother owns most of the series. It's not in the box in the closet right now. It's over there. My brother's version of all of the original Animorphs, including the original covers, are still in his old bedroom at my parents' house. They got up to 54. Okay, 54, I believe, is the last numbered one, with two Alternamorphs, 4 Megamorphs, the Elmness Chronicles, the Hork-Bajir Chronicles, the Analyte Chronicles, the Visser, which is the Chronicles, but is just called the Visser. There might have been 3 Alternamorphs, like 3 pick your own story. Crap, where did the heads go? Crap behind. But I believe it's 54 novels, 4 Megamorphs. Yeah, Hork-Bajir Chronicles, which is a big one to close like a lot of time loops. And the Hork-Bajir Chronicles, Visser Chronicle, but it's just called the Visser. But it was introduced in first, like the covers of it did say Chronicles when it was first being Elmness Chronicles, which the Elmness Chronicles are told from the perspective of between books 52 and 53. I think they go to 54. So there is an event that happens near the very end of the story that is in the second to last book. If it goes to 52, then it's in 51. If it goes to 54, then it happens in 53. The Elmness Chronicles actually happens in that moment of that very traumatic event. The Elmness Chronicles takes place. Then the Hork-Bajir Chronicles happen between books. Oh crap. 26 and 27. Do I have another excuse for this fight to hold it off for one more moment? I'm gonna show you guys my dork real quick. I'm gonna show you how big my dork is, and hug my son, and see if I need oxygen. Hopefully, if I'm back real fast, I don't need the oxygen. Okay. Good night, Jacob. Thank you for being here. I have my Kindle. I was gifted a Kindle to take notes with, and I'm very grateful for this thing. And I also have my my Kindle Paperwhite, Go Huff Oxygen. I got back here without huffing oxygen. I hugged my son instead. That's like huffing oxygen, right? If you want to know how deep my dork goes, I can tell you how many books of everything because sadly, quite sadly, I definitely got the EPUBs of all of the original covers, black and white, and all the books. None of the rewrites, none of the ones redone. And I can tell you right now that as long as this is of only this, then that puts it as... I downloaded a few dictionaries. I was going to say 60 some. Okay. Animorphs went to book 54. Let me find the first. There's the Elmness Chronicles. Where's the last rather? There it is. The next passage. Alternomorphs, that's 2, so I guess there's 2 of them. Back to before Megamorphs, there's 4 of those. So there's 54 plus 4 Megamorphs plus 2 Alternomorphs. That to me is basic math saying there's 60 books right there. Then there's Visser, Hork-Bajir, which puts you at Elmness, Andalite. So is that 64 books in total? I'm sad that I couldn't say that off the top of my head, and they all have a check mark next to them. All of them have a check mark for having read them again, because the books end in something that the author, K.A. Applegate, which is her and somebody else writing under K.A. Applegate because it wasn't all her. And now I'm going to go fight that boss. That it was the ending people sometimes don't like, and I don't care, because the books are set up as that there is a war happening that you don't really know about from the beginning. And Applegate at the very end, when people criticize the ending of the books, said, it is a war. Did you think everything gets to just happen like happily ever after a war ends? No. Show me what she's basically, she made a statement of like, show me one war that like ended with, the good guys win, the bad guys lose, and everyone comes out alive. So those books get dark. They're some of my favorite because I might have grown up with them as a kid, but they get dark. And you don't get to have everything just... Some story plot lines that they start in book 1 get resolved with like just the worst things. Like just imagine like this is the worst situation that could come of this that they're already building for. And years later when she finally finishes it's that. There are just certain plot lines of like I don't know which ones I could ever give away, because for anyone that wants to go read them, yes, you're gonna have to read about older technology and them talking about dial-up modems and stuff like that. Let's go fight a big thing. But you would have to also just understand that that they did try to rewrite them and that it didn't get syndicated properly, but they're currently being illustrated in a modern way. That there's someone illustrating them front to back as a comic series that is faithful to the originals. And I don't know how I felt. I've seen it. They started just a few years ago. But I've seen it. I've read through them. And it looks pretty legit, but they've been. So the whole series of Animorphs, of why like I refer to that of like continuity. The Alternomorphs are there, and there is time travel in that book. So there is one instance where they explain a physical phenomenon that we know could happen about how time travel might work, but it would leave you with a situation where it would be the scrap Terminator. Get rid of that. I hate that theory of what time travel would look like, because that's just branching. That's parallel universe time theory type deal. I know it has a better proper name, but just know that if you go Terminator movies and you think of like someone sent back in the past to change the future, but that past is sent back from, or Dragon Ball Z, because Trunks is sent back in the past, but it doesn't change his future. He finds out. It just makes an alternative timeline where his future doesn't exist, but he saves another timeline. He's like, you're welcome, whatever. So I don't like that. They tackle timelines like that and everything. I love all that stuff. And now we know, like, theoretically speaking, that's how it would kind of work. Like, if this happened, then you would get this kind of outcome. And theoretically speaking, you would have certain people who do certain things, who remember certain things, who have done certain. But there is the reason why those books quickly go from being like sounding like kids' books to not is, since it's a war, they have to very early on discuss, like, do we kill? And since the premise is it's a secret invasion where the person is alive inside their body, but they're being controlled by a parasitic something. Don't forget ads. I should have hit that. I should have hit while I was gone. If you kill the person, you kill the danger, but you can never save the person again. And it's this whole perplexing thing that's in there of, is it okay to kill to make it? Then they have to think about sentience, of like, okay, we can use DNA of things and turn into them, but if they're a sentient creature, is it morally okay to change into them, knowing that you're duplicating their DNA, but you're pretending to be them, but they are a sentient creature? And that what does that mean? Are you any better than these things that are taking over bodies actively if you take their DNA and use it against their permission? And then there's a big thing that comes up at the beginning of, they know known people that are controlled, and it makes it seem from the beginning that their objective is going to be, through that all the way to book 5, you learn of a lot of people who are controlled. And every single time you learn of, and they call them controllers, every person that's controlled that you learn of, you find a main character, one of the 5 original main characters. You find a main character immediately talking about, I will save them. I will make sure I will get the slug out of their brain. They will get their own autonomy back. They will survive. That's my reason for fighting. I will get them. I will save them. Sorry, but that's not how war works, and that's the ending reflects that. By book 5, no less than 7 people have been sworn to be saved, and I'll tell you straight out, 7 people are not saved. On top of that, for one of them that's later, soon on after that is said would be saved, is saved at the cost of just like half a dozen other people's lives. And then soon on after that, you're starting to have to weigh, like, is one person's life greater than another, given do they have knowledge for war effort, things like that. It's just like, and they're starting to have real conversations of like, can we take over sentient beings? Isn't that what they're doing? Can we duplicate? Can we kill the human host, knowing that it takes down the parasite in their head that is fighting us, but the human can never be saved? We have people that we're willing to save, but when it comes to the moment of truth, are you able to kill that person if it saves everybody else? With people saying yes, no, maybe, and then you find out, like, just people overestimate what they think they can do. They're kids when it starts off. So they think that they can basically help and save the world by the end? No. I will say by book 12, there is probably half a dozen people, and I can say with pure confidence, it does not take getting to the end of the series for about 4 of them to get ganked viciously. One of them by the actual good guys. Like a vicious, sorry, the only thing we could do is just kill you. With one of the Megamorphs taking it a step further of the hardy gankage we are going to commit in the name of justice. Which brings up the idea of what is justice? What does that look like? All that, blah, blah, blah. Let's go! I read them like every year. God, I'm gonna hate myself now. Everyone ready to see this fight 1,000 times over? Do I have somebody that I need to like text back around now? Like, is there a reason for me to... There's probably somebody who's trying to get a hold of me. There's probably something... Oh, there is. There's a nurse with a medicist trying to get a hold of me. Oh, there is something I have to reply to. So I have to not die to this. I'm reaching for the wrong things. Didn't pull the shot off.
You got worms too?
Ah, why do I have the optic on? I think this is the one time where the optic is gonna do me dirty. Oh yeah, the irons do me dirty in this game too. Because it brings the It brings the irons into this weird position of as if he doesn't know to focus on that front post and not let it just go whee. This is your first show being here? I appreciate you being here. Yeah, Ametis, this is who helps my dad. I actually do have a text I have to look at. I believe that should be fine. Let me just say that generically. And okay. So that is one nurse visiting my dad tomorrow. There's another nurse. Yeah, that was today's nurse, 10 a.m. That was, but that's Brandon. That's the physical therapist. And I have a voicemail. Please transcribe it. Oh, and it's the same person in the voicemail asking if they can be there tomorrow for my dad. This is about my dad. If they're available for an appointment today, then why did you call from a blocked number? I just had to pull this out of my voicemail part that is of like suspected trash. Okay, well, I'll call you back tomorrow, I guess. There's no way you can get there today. My dad will be asleep in 13 minutes. Thank you, random person that thought that leaving a message from a very, very suspicious looking number would get read by a caregiver immediately. All right, let's go. Got you. I need 3 wolves on that mountain, puppers. Hey, puppers. Oh, cycle it faster. Your life is on the line, dude. Could you cycle faster? Don't. You hurt that, puppers.
Want to help? Because I could use it.
Oh. The Animorph TV series, do not check that out. It got canceled, not because it wasn't good, but the first ones were done on such a low budget. No. That is not... No, you have to read the books. The series was not finished. Don't do that. Ah, I swung the shot. Got you.
God damn. That was almost a pancake. Okay. Let's get to that church.
Have I tried the 3rd-person mod for the rifle? No. But I'm pretty sure I wouldn't end up liking it. Because lately, 20J Contra, I have been jonesing for a good substitute that maybe people will watch to play of like a Black Ops style game, but not Black Ops 7. I don't think. Like, I want to play something that I can chill out to like I used to, but I used to go into lobbies, just nuke me in Nuketown. I chill, and then I chilled with my friends, my brother playing on Havana, I think, the golf course, 500% speed, only snipers and tomahawks. Everything's a one-hit kill. You can run off the side of that map. So me, Kevin, Jonathan, JD, Justin, we all had fun when I was younger, playing Black Ops, kicking the speed up to 500%, snipers and tomahawks only, and it'd just be like, shoo! Over and over of custom settings of just like I saw you, and like trying to pull off a shot, throw something at anything. Like, it just, some of those replays of just knowing like you just see it, like this streak is going by and that's how you got shot. Whoa, I know it's an old book series, but don't spoil it for people who are saying they might want to read it. No, I'm not talking about him, though. I'm not speaking of him, by the way.
Thanks, bud.
Thanks, bud. Actually, I recently tried to download Warzone, and I've been told that's a piece of crap. I want to play Escape from Tarkov, but that costs money. And also, I've been told there's a lot of bots. But also, Escape from Tarkov might be the only game where I could nerd out and talk about weapons. And that's the reason why I wanted to get it, because you can customize weapons so much. and I don't want to do VR like horseshoes and hand grenades, it might be the only game out there. Well, the second part of what you said was pretty far in. The person decently far in, like, I mean, not quite the half, but the other part, no, that's pretty far in. That happens way further. That you're talking about book 40 something. That second part of what you're saying, I can tell you right now. I mean, I've got the books right here. The first thing you're saying is book 20, but the follow-up to that is it's so far up that I can't even find it. It's book 48. It's 48, and if you just read the normal books, the last book is book 54. So the second part of your statement you said, you're spoiling book 48 out of 54. So it is a little further up than you think. To get to there, you'll need to read 47 books, 3 Megamorphs, and the Hork-Bajir Chronicles, the Vista Chronicles, and the Andalite Chronicles to be completely abreast of what's happening. So books 20 and 48 are what you're referring to. Because I remember what happens to them, not because there's actual numbers next to it. I got the EPUB of every single book and put it on my Kindle. The first Kindle I ever got, like, well, it feels like a decade ago I did that. Because I got one for me and my son. Oh my God, what do I owe $237 for? All right, guys. Well, I have a new goal after that one gets filled. I apparently have $237 owed on the 18th. It's probably medical. Let's go. Fuck me. Anyway, don't let me say that too loud. My son is now here. Oh, it's not pouring gas. It's saying. It's more like saying encouragement for people to try to get far up enough to see, because it was ambiguous enough. It was at least ambiguous enough that I knew what you were talking about. Yet, I couldn't name off the top of my head exactly. Because I was like... Because I don't... You renewed your license today. Like your normal Civi driver's license? Do you have to... I'm about to... Never mind. I'm about to ask a question that would make me say things I don't want to say. Oh, okay. I was like, what do you... Is that... Do you... Sarcasm? I'm gonna expose you real quick for the person you actually are. I still think that with what you have accomplished already and how fucking proud I am to say that you are actually part of this community and that you are doing what you're doing and that you're doing it so well. Even though it seems like I don't try to keep up with you at all, and there are some ways I can't, I know that you are doing it so well. Even if you screw up, I still wish you had stayed Civi side and stayed medical. I still wish you had. I hate that there are days where you talk about being at the bottom of a bottle. I hate that there are days that I know that you've seen things that, you know, they have been in a context that Civi side would have been a bit different. But you are absolutely... You are one of the people now that I know that when I speak medically out of line, I do not anymore try to say, well, actually, because I know that you've put the work and everything, and you teach it. That's part of your job of what you have to do. I said the same thing I said back then. I was so worried about it, but re-upping medical and everything like that, like there was ever a doubt. I can't wait for you to be back civvy side. Because for as much as you might drive me up a wall, you are one of probably a dozen people that have ever been a part of any of my communities that I say I would absolutely be like, yeah, I'll take time out of I'll figure it out of a way to go and sit down and talk with you and whatnot. No problem. Because there's problems with doing that, of like, people already stalk me, people find me in weird ways, it's awkward, things like that. There's a lot of things that can happen, it's just not right. And I just gotta deal with it. And there's some people I just wouldn't do that with anyway. I'm gonna go open the thing before I have... There's just some people have been like, wish they could get that, but there's the people that know that I would, like, if they were in the area, that I would actually meet them and, like, you know, sit down and not just like meet them and being like, hey, handshake. I take sarcasm of all my nurses any day compared to the team I usually have. Also, hi loves. Night 4 out of 4 at work. See, Alyssa's got sarcasms back right there. I am ridiculously proud of the idea that I've known you since before you went in, and that you're doing well and you're doing exactly what's needed. And yeah, I trust Alyssa's judgment on that too. Oh, I'm not doing this right, am I? Whoops. Gotta do the whole pushing the thing in. I just hate that you're... oh, yeah. Oh, the... Do you have color damage test, where you can pass it by just lining up lines instead of looking at colors. Crap. I forgot we're at that. Because there are 2 that I can line up, and then the rest of them just fall into place. This daggum thing. And then the red just falls into place. Damn thingy, but also something burner. No, I mean, listen, every person that I've ever actually had as a close friend could probably make me mad, or there's somebody that I've trusted with my life, one or the other. Somehow you figured out a way to make sure that you're one of the few that probably you can make me mad and I could trust you with my life type deal. That's a weird thing to be able to say for someone I haven't shook hands with yet, but I'm damn proud that you're doing what you're doing. You're doing it as well as you're doing, and that you're part of this community. This cell phone probably had relevance, by the way, because of that little flashlight in the cut content. Most likely, since Ashley doesn't have a flashlight on her, she was using her cell phone to illuminate the path. All right, Ashley, I'm not looking forward to this. I have to have you along, and then there's another boss fight too soon after.
Ashley Graham, are you in here?
Just let me go.
Listen. Easy with that. My name's Leon. I'm hearing the president's orders. That went well.
So yeah, there we go. Can I... Chapter results. I took a long time. Yeah. Should I put anything... Can I put anything in storage? Should I put anything in storage? 2 different questions. Ooh, look at all those tangerines. Look at all those chickens. All right, time for another boss coming up, I guess. No, people that know that I would absolutely, not just in passing, but like I would actually get to know them in person, probably know who they are intrinsically,
All right.
and they're pointing to themselves being like, who, me? And it's like, no, and it's not just because you support me or do something, like you probably know that because you probably listen to who I am and know that I probably either relate to you or that you seem to support the things which means that and your kindness shows or something like that. And the things that I actually would put first and foremost. So there's a few people. One's an avid lurker. Another person is an avid. Man, do I wish I could what? And blah blah blah. I could start. Yeah, one's sure. On the serious side, I probably won't do med, but that's for reasons that I won't discuss here. Yeah. I. If you remember, I partly predicted as much that I know you probably won't. And I understand. I just wish you had gone med civvy side. Because we could have used someone with your tenacity over here in this field. And yeah, I had a big feel, especially with who you first told me that who you first started rolling with. My brain went, nope, you're not coming back and doing all that. He catches armor. Unbelievable. Thanks. 0 out of 10. Would never play it. Immersion broken.
Roost. Like I said, it's dangerous. Stay close.
Okay.
I made it further than I think you could have. I've made it further than I think I could have. We're both surprised. I'm surprised you're surprised. I believe in the you that believes in me that believes in you. Now the next challenge will be do it without infinite ammo and do it with S+. Which means that I have to no-hit the game. S+ would require me to no-hit the game with 15 saves. Am I willing to do that? We'll see. Wait, what did I just see?
Give me some space.
No problem.
Okay.
Come on. Okay, you're good.
Okay.
They're coming.
Also, I had to create a write-up for the code we had this morning, and somehow I had to formally say being left on an oxygen tank for hours and not a wall flow meter will lead to it. Oh. Controversial opinion. People are too hard on the OG Ashley, even if this one is better.
Oh God! What is wrong with these?
Oh, don't worry. I'm appropriately hard on her.
Here you go.
Give me a warning next time.
No. Oh my god. Not fair. Hacks.
You're serious. Watch
Now,
out.
if I made it so Ashley also had 1 HP, this would be freaking impossible. Listen, people who are working in medical systems a lot of the times right now, you're talking about great at critical thinking, but like rolling nat 1s, not nat 20s. If you're gonna put it in D&D terms, currently in the medical field, Alyssa and others are dealing with people who they can't roll the nat 1 properly because they keep tossing the dice off the table. Like, you can't even get that nat 1 if you are present and exist. And it's bad. And I want to be a part of it. No. Oh. Clear. Except for this one little place where I always think, why is there a coffin is what I always think for this shed. It's a good way to... Gonna say something and be like, that was morbid. All right, I won't say it. My brain told me it was morbid. Let's go to the next boss. Leon, the little man, maybe health. Coffin maker shed.
Got some new wares, stranger. You'll
I mean, possibly. If you're trying to like be like, I can explain that thing that shouldn't be explained. Sure.
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference.
Sure.
Price, well,
I guess.
that's our choice.
I can explain that thing that's inexcusable. Inexcusable is the best word. It's inexcusable. All right, am I gonna get the bolt thrower? It doesn't matter because I won't need ammo for it. So I don't need the attachable mines.
A deal well struck.
Please let me get a bigger case. No,
Selection.
I want my
Good
thing
things on sale, stranger.
Oh God, I want my
Cash
thing to
in
be
your
bigger.
pocket or your life. Easy choice, mate. You have a ticket, do ya?
No, wait. What I said is not what I meant.
And I'll make that's good. Don't get yourself killed now.
Well, it is next to the cemetery, but like, would you take your work home with you, or the other side of it is that's not enough workspace to make like coffins are hard to make. Weirdly enough,
Hey, can we take a break?
Sorry, we need to keep moving.
I have through a mortician met somebody whose craft was to make, and this is a bit morbid for some people, that coffins, and there's a lot of like for custom made ones or made by hand, there's a lot more put into them than I would have ever guessed. And then I stopped wanting to guess because their mind was so morbid that I couldn't handle it.
Hunnigan was right about the weather.
Oh, she's getting so soaked in that armor that can't get wet. Bye. No, continuing by. Well, I do have a question about how this Earlier, I had to explain to another medic how to take a respiration rate. Thanks for breaking my brain. You mean the medics that are allowed to actually dispense at when needed things that a nurse would have to ask the attending for? You mean the ones that actually could, you know, just not oh. Nope, shoot her in her coot. Nope, never mind. Whoa, hi, dude. Hey, dude. Take up a leg? You can't. Oh, yeah, you. A little wild, a little strange. Did I actually? Did I slit his throat and have him continue just coming at me? That can't be real. That can't be real. Someone applied a tourniquet and then tried to measure O2 on like the finger or toe, where I don't care how they tried to measure on the limb that had the tourniquet on it for 10 minutes. Were they trying? What did they want to know? How much blood they were blocking off? That and how it wouldn't read? It wouldn't even. It wouldn't even. I'm gonna need 10 minutes to digest what you said. You can't, Kale, you can't see any of Sarcasm's chats. Did something happen to Sarcasm? Sarcasm did come in saying that it made it look like he wasn't subscribed to me. I don't. Sarcasm said I had to explain an SPO2 on a limb with the tourniquet for 10 minutes wouldn't be particularly helpful. Maybe it's top chat versus all chat. Maybe. Uh-oh. And you mean like an actual medic, not a medic in training or anything, right? Like an actual medic. Like, as in, AKA like colleague. You mean like that? You don't mean like someone who is like in one of your classes? Like you need to, how many days a week do you have to teach? Do you still have to teach? You don't mean like one of the people you were teaching? Are you sure? Even if you're teaching them, there's no redeeming quality, is there? There's nothing. What have you done to my brain? Though of the things, listen, but when you get a job and you don't know what you're doing, the last one in the world should be your job is to make sure people live. Medics do a little bit more than nurses do in the idea of what they need to do to keep someone alive and possibly not dead. You don't have medics take on some of the hi there, Pagespot.
I need you to open it from the other side.
I don't know what to say.
Okay.
I don't talk about that anymore, Lee. That's all there is to that. You can, if you're asking that question, you could probably make an educated guess to some of it. You're rolling weird. I don't like your physics. She's one of our dumber medics because she hasn't done actual medical work in months. And if it tells you something, a medic newer than who shadows me, Ari can tell me every type of seizure from memory. It does say something, actually. I don't think I can say every type of seizure from memory. Wait. No, you're all right. You're all right. It's a valid thing. I know by the way I speak sometimes that probably would be a question that'll come up. Oh no, this is why I'm gonna have to start streaming me and as I on my journey of actually passing the NGN, going through, getting my 500 clinical hours in, all that stuff. Though I already know right now that I want to work med surge, even if it's not the smartest starting off. Why would I ever do that to myself? And I already know right now that in the long run, there's a good chance that with my fascination, with how certain body systems work, that me being a CCRN would be a possibility, but I'm
definitely gonna catch a cold.
I'm very
I just wanna go home.
I feel you on that. I feel very lucky that somehow bills are still getting paid in some capacity, even if they're not the best way, and I'm not having to pull the hours I used to pull, even though I probably will need to soon. very, very soon. No disrespect, but finally a fun game to watch live. I'm glad you find it fun to watch that. I find a lot of things. I'm playing it because I know of what's coming up. But to each their own, I guess. I like doing challenges. I'd say that I could probably, if I had to put on a playlist, and I had to imagine putting on a playlist of like Resident Evil versus Project Zomboid, for the love of everything that's holy, give me the Project Zomboid playlist.
Come on.
Let me have my own off time and at my own druthers. For the love of all that's holy, do not give me a playlist of Resident Evil 4. Give me the Project Zomboid. I also harp on Neuro because my old sister and I have a lot of trauma memorized because of it. Okay. But that's fine. With that said, love-hate with my med-surg. Love what I do, but sometimes coworkers make it even worse than it should be. Okay. With your med-surg job. Love what you do, but sometimes coworkers make it even worse than it should be. You are preaching to Alyssa right now, as she has had to do her write-up of that code because they just let the tank empty out and did not have them on wall ox. Are like, and so they had to call a code. That you're, yeah, that sounds about. Hey, you and Alyssa will get along then. This is her 4 out of 4 day of, and she's been charged. She's the in charge one around here. You're very well. Beneviento's house. Oh God, Jelly Bean baby. Jelly Bean baby. Cheesums. When it comes to neuro side of things, know more very niche specific things because of my mom's multiple sclerosis. Like when it comes down to it, having to know that like 2 kids narrowed down that this would be multiple sclerosis faster than, you know, her primary, I mean her PCP, one specialist and somebody else, all, and for us to, for 2 kids that just had access to like encyclopedia sets and anything we could check out, that's piss poor. If you harp on neuro though, does that how do you do with being charged is 40% customer service and 60% trying to keep everyone from offing someone by accident? That from one charge nurse to another, you guys are probably gonna be relatable on that one. If you harp about neuro, do you get onto ortho? Because you can't get along. It's written in all bylaws. For every, I think it's not, I don't think it's just Civi side. I think it's also your side. I think you can't. Uh-oh.
Hi there.
Oh my God, it's the hi there dog.
This is gonna be bright. sorry.
Oh, that was a little close. Uh-oh. 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 Don't get me through. Don't clip. Don't clip. Don't clip. It scared me. It scared me. Oof. That is the first time in a few that I've really felt that I don't think my hand 100% healed. I think I'm like 95%, which is good enough for me. I broke my hand not too long ago, but I've broken a lot of things. I don't care. Hop on ortho, but a lot of my side is, how do we keep this guy alive for the next 5 minutes? Yeah. Yeah, I know. I said something with there's a bit of 11, but I know your job is like it's. Okay, this is gonna be bad. Lipka. Whoa. Is your name by chance? I read your name almost out loud, and I realized what I almost said. Did you mean for your name to sound like that, Lip? For your my R2. I'm glad they could help out. I actually, sarcasm, I was just yesterday or the day before, maybe it's been a few days, maybe within the last week, I was talking about your job and how it does differ from civvy side stuff, and how that ends up looking and how that ends up playing out, and why it is that like it. Yeah, it is no joke. I had just been. Dadgummit! I'm gonna have to use so many flashbangs. I did not as opposed to it sounds weird for English people. Oh, it does. Can you phonetically spell it out for me, so I say it properly? It wouldn't be the first name that I've run into that. I saw. Yeah, a Polish name. Yeah, no, I saw the like it's that it should work, but I couldn't think of how I'm supposed to pronounce it. My brain said it should phonetically work, but I almost said the wrong thing. No, I didn't mean to make it sound like I was making fun of it. My brain told me I was wrong the moment I almost said that. But I can't force my brain to think it the other way sometimes when my brain and I don't always get along. And we have a hate relation, or love-hate relation. We have a hate relationship. Doesn't really have a phonetic spelling. Gotcha.
Shit.
Keep him in the straight and narrow. You can only leap back and forth, so he's gonna do that. Okay. Oh. No! Oh. Okay, I got a groove. I shotgun him into that alley. And when he gets down, reload and just Probably switch to the TMP first. That's about my favorite part, honestly. How do we keep this guy alive without anything? Any backup support, anything. Oh, come on. Oh. Such bull. Such bull. All right. Now. Live unstable. Average stream bitrate too high. I beg to differ. All right. Everyone refresh. Somebody that can see me say refresh. No, it's not my internet. Is it actually coming across it? Stream is not finished. Is it doing this because I'm not doing ads? Wait. YouTube is getting penalized because I'm not playing ads? I figured they'd get me about the subject matter or something else. I'm not playing. Can you guys on YouTube see me? Because if I'm back, I think our precious overlords are mad at me because I'm not playing ads. What is... I started and stopped the stream on my side. It was not internet anything to do with me. Not on me in the slightest. There's nothing I did, blah, blah, blah. I had to stop since when I stop one stream, it interrupts Twitch as well. Everything's good. Stream quality, in fact, is excellent. But it is telling me it's a good time to play ads. And now it doesn't say that anymore because it probably just played ads for everyone that it could when I had to do that refresh. It's doing that because I'm not playing ads and trying to give people an All right. Our overlords are spiting us now. Someone type in Kelsey or something. So we can just give a middle finger. Kelsey, right? Just someone type in Kelsey. Thank you. Thank you. To Twitch, I'm sorry. My overlords at YouTube sometimes don't play nice.
Hi there.
No. While you're down. No. 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 The TMP just can't do it. Oh. Oh. I was saying that, and I'll drop it because I know it can't be like I don't want to take what you go through and make it sound like any light of it, but I was whoa, almost said your name. I was sarcasm talking about you to somebody else, and just the weight that you're gonna have to carry, and I will say that one day if you're able to, you know, meet me and whatnot, if you want to meet me and whatnot, If you're able and willing and want to and whatnot, all that stuff coming together, that you'll know from other people that you'll find out that I speak to or might know. You'll find out that I actually have, you know, you among other members. He's glitched out. Take advantage. He's glitched. Uh-oh. Got it. No, Kelsey is a member of our community on YouTube. Kelsey does what she calls drive-by spiting by dropping $5 randomly as a super chat so that YouTube will get off my dick. Will not be as I did have a way I was saying that. Have people ever recognized me in the street? Yeah, sure. You should see the view count on my channel. Then you should see how many are individual views of like their different individuals. If someone hadn't recognized me, there'd be a problem by now. Even though we're in a country with hundreds of millions of people, even to know that at a very minimum, 1 million people have spent a minimum of 3 hours staring at your face. There's the chance of you being recognized if you go out into public spaces gets higher than you'd think. Yes, from the beginning to people walking up to my table to there's a community member here that their child even came up and because community member here actually just knows me. There's a few that know who I am. I'd say it's if I go into a crowd of, let's say I go, we can turn this into statistics, but I'll say in general, if I go into a crowd and that crowd is starting to number into hundreds, yeah, there's a less than 0 chance I'm going to be noticed. Rewarding is a pretty strong word. Oh God, we're almost there. I don't want to, God, I'm walking them right in. We're doing this. Okay, so we're doing this. For anyone who knows what we're getting to doing, we are most certainly going to the part that I do not know how I'm going to pass, which is the cabin. I do not know how this is going to work. I don't think it's going to work, but I will keep trying until it does work. That is the way that I do things. Oh, it turned into top chat for me. Oh, it nicked out sarcasm for top chat for me? Eventually, probably going to end up moving to Atlanta when I finish my software engineering degree because it has more jobs than my hometown. I wouldn't be able to stay in Cali. Oh, sure. I'm not going to say I'll grab a drink with you because I'm not going to encourage you to drink heavier. But if you end up coming on over to Atlanta, sure. You'll have a friendly face over in Georgia that'll catch you. Hopefully I hope that I can eat properly and catch a meal with you. I'm saying. I'll get a virgin strawberry daiquiri.
Twisty son of a bitch.
Yeah. Trying to bifurcate. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if Georgia Tech wants to. They want to always brag about how they help armed forces stuff. There's stuff that I see going near Georgia Tech that they talk about that, so they probably still want you, sure. Of course, they basically want you for the bragging right of saying they have you. But everybody wants to be wanted. No! No! I was pulling the trigger! I might have to put oxygen on my head. I got not good this morning, and I'm feeling not good right now. I might just have to suck it up. And any of you guys, can any of you guys just, can everyone just not care if I just go do that real quick, just so I can breathe better?
You're serious.
Georgia Tech is your dream school. I've been on Tech's campus. I will never call it my dream school, but I also wasn't going for anything engineering or anything like that. Engineers are a cult, and you know it. Maybe angry as well as basically being offered a full ride from them. Don't worry, they still want the bragging rights though. So they'll still have those. I'm sure they'll still take you. Plus they'll get a stipend for you being enrolled there. Georgia public colleges get, you know, just like most others, get that stipend for having those who are military, active or not. So they should be fine. Georgia Tech, you want to beat them bees? Georgia State is where I almost went first. I had a whole long list. I turned down a school because they wanted me to basically turn my life into violin. And then I turned down, and then I got turned down after I was accepted and rejected by Georgia State University to go for psychology instead. Because I wrote down my social security number, one number wrong. And instead of correcting it, and being early admittance, I had to reapply and be with everybody else. And no way that you're going into psychology and having to compete with those, you know, initial classes and, you know, all that stuff. Anything other than early admittance if you want to not, like, lose your mind. So being able to early registration for everything. Me and Georgia State do not get along ever since that. But I've been on Georgia State's campus many times. In fact, I've been on Georgia State's campus. Oh God! No! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Don't! Animals, please! I'm trapped by the bulls. I am. Graduated from them a few years ago. Yeah. Am I in Georgia? Yeah. Yeah, I'm in Georgia. If you look at my PO box, I don't have like a PO box set. I'm not a big enough YouTuber, or especially on Twitch. I just reached this stream reached 1,000 followers, and just this stream reached 60 subscribers on Twitch. So that's a thing. That's actually that makes it viable for me to stream things on Twitch and then post to 4K edited YouTube like I want to. So I'm, all of that's good to go. They take me seriously. But even if I tried to erase my digital footprint and everything and try to have things go proxy everywhere, I'd mess up. I have a PO box in the description of everything, of if people want to send me stuff. So you can even know that I have access to that PO box. So I have to be in a decent proximity to it, within 30 minutes of it. A reasonable amount of time in traffic might be okay. But that's enough to let anybody know that, it is what it is. Someone was asking me if I've met people. I grew up near Decatur. A friend of mine grew up Decatur. There's 3 of us that grew up together. There's 6. It's me, Kevin, JD, Christy, Lauren, Katie, that I always think of as like a core group. And then there's Josh and Justin, a few others. JD wasn't Decatur. JD was Deculia, and I can never say that correctly anymore, ever since not saying it since high school. Who was Decatur? Oh, Sarah was Decatur. So there's that. But I wish I could get rid of my I wish I could afford money to get incognito again and get rid of my digital footprint. Have people recognize me? Yes. Not only have people recognize me, people have recognized me a little too much. I've had people recognize me. I've had people find me, stalk me, and I've had someone stopped at the airport that was going to come down because I didn't play Metal Gear Solid 2 the way they wanted. So that's the reason that Metal Gear Solid 2 is not on my channel, and Metal Gear Solid is as a playthrough, the original, because I stopped. I've had people find me. I've been beaten half to death on my own front doorstep. And that's that. I say half to death. Let me qualify it a bit. I only really broke ribs, but I was laid up without being able to function in a true substantial way for 2 weeks. After having to defend my home from somebody that found me because of being online personality. And they were there to end my life. They were there to kill me.
Good stuff, stranger. Well then, what can I do you for?
So, you know the normal stuff.
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference.
And I was put in handcuffs for it. That was fun.
Our choice to make.
That's the fun part. I was put in handcuffs for that. So when I before gave advice of be the first one to call. Yeah. At my own place of residence, I'm the one that got put in the handcuffs because it was somebody white and I'm darker, and they put me in handcuffs and asked them, and then a neighbor had to come running out saying like y'all assholes, dipshits, whatever. The one you got in the back of the car is the homeowner The attacker is the one that you're asking all the questions all nice to. At which case, I had already told them that,
Money, mate. A deal well struck.
and they actually had to take it seriously when the neighbor came running out saying, "What are you guys doing?" Oh. I love it.
You have a ticket.
I have. Don't talk about the tickets. I have.
Choose a weapon, stranger, and I'll make it see.
I don't play with. They showed up at my doorstep.
We're starting
There's nothing I could do.
to get an idea of your tastes, friend.
Unfortunately, in that situation, there's nothing I could do about that.
There you are, as you.
Sometimes it's just a very unfortunate situation that unfolds, and that was one of them. You know, they show up at my doorstep. I have to do something. I don't want to.
See how that feels, mate. Fella like yourself should notice. Might want to take care of any left up.
All right, we gotta do the cabin. I'm gonna go get my nasal cannula and everything. Let's all just understand that that's gonna have to be a thing, because I'm not doing well with the oxygen thing. But I'm gonna leave you guys unattended, and I'm gonna, you know, how long I've left you unattended will be, you know, delineated. But you don't have a Georgia accent. I miss hearing the y'alls. I'm born and raised Georgia, though. You won't hear the accent that I had to grow up on very bad streets. Streets I grew up on, you know, I can talk about how, even though if he was a jerk, my biological father went and walked up and down to see if he'd get attacked before he moved, and then people started bragging about being a part of a gang, which they weren't. They didn't know on my street that somebody was actually trying to get away from a gang. They decided to contact their people. So they're looking for backup because they think they're getting threatened. All of a sudden, my small set of streets that I've always said, it's just it's when I say these things and people call them stories, I understand now completely my dad's anger at life, his life, my life being called a story because I had to live it. It's not a story. It's, you know, when it sounds like I've lived 10 lives, I've had to live through all that. You don't hear Georgia, you don't hear Southern accents, but I'm half black, half white, and that was means to get your ass handed to you when I was younger. White kids were scared of me because they knew where I lived and what was happening. Black kids knew I was only half black, so I wasn't accepted there. And so I didn't. And I grew up having selective mutism, and so my communication skills I'm gonna go get oxygen, and then I'm gonna die 1,000 times in the cabin. We're gonna do that. But having selective mutism is a hard thing to describe. That it took me till age 4 to even be able to make words, and by age 4 I was already trying to kill my biological father because he had boxed my mom's ears and trapped us in the house and whatnot. Trying to say things like y'all when I was growing up back then was a good way for what they called the big kids club, which was just the gang babies of, you know, black or white. They didn't care as long as you got the job done, to get your ass handed to you. So that was out of my system, but because I was sometimes treated more because of my dark skin, what you don't hear from me is what it sounds like me, what you would think of as a stereotypical someone living near a metro area, growing up around other people of dark skin, African lineage, dark skin type deal. What you think of that what you would think of as that stereotype, I used to hide behind that. And even filler words I use are all things I had to learn from language, because as growing up as someone with mutism is at all that just couldn't speak even if they wanted to, I learned to put filler words in, and now I have to learn to take them back out. I just wanted to fit in. But yeah. Oh, my communication skills are something I definitely, you won't hear me saying things like that because I like, I'm not trying to get like pity points or anything. It's just for people who are showing up and might not know. I'm just saying quickly before I get oxygen. Like, that's just a normal thing for me. I learned how to speak more properly. I, you know, had my own run-in with a knife by my own hand around age 13 because of reasons of things mentally that are going on with me. But around age 17, I about almost died, not of my own hand, but because my system was just, I was losing blood. I was hemorrhaging consistently, lots of different ulcers that they couldn't get to fast enough. Now even my herniation surgery looks like it might have a little bit of a mishap from the knife wounds I've received. I used to tell people that I've been stabbed a few times. I've gotten lucky. Now I have to admit that after my herniation surgery and what he was able to see when he went into my abdominal cavity, I have to reconsider what I think of as a stab wound and know that it's closer to 36 times that I've been stabbed, because they had trouble patching me up because there's about 7 perforations that had scar tissue on the inside of my abdomen, meaning that for anyone who knows their medical side of things, it means that between ages 6 to 10, knives are able to get through all the way through my abdominal wall and perforate, therefore causing problems later on in life. And then I've taken a few Full Metal Jackets, which is lucky for me, because if it was, if gangbangers and everything like that could always afford hollow points back in the 90s, I'd probably be dead. But having a few clean pass-throughs saved my life and saved us tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of medical bills. And then being attacked after we left those streets, getting shot and stabbed by people that, I had previously hurt to survive. And my brother and I ran. We never joined any gangs. That's what got us in trouble. The way I speak is something that is something I'm willing to speak about, only because for those who have trouble, that might be watching, they have trouble communicating, with other people, that this is all learned. What you see here is all learned communication. It's not what comes naturally to me. And if I have to ever give advice of how can you be, like, if you want to go anywhere from like just having a different, like, complete expanding your lexicon, using it in everyday conversations, the vernacular of the area that you want, like how you want your linguistics basically to work in a day-to-day lifetime, or to just even go overboard and be what I am, which is to be on camera, to be way too verbose, way too often instead of being more succinct. You can do what I did, which is learn how to communicate and then practice in your local grocery store. That's how I started on really becoming what you see here now, of being able to communicate, which is they have to, when they ask you, how's your day been? I can answer them and I can give them my whole life story and they can't do nothing about it. They can't walk away. They can't stop checking out groceries. They want to ask me, how am I doing? I can talk to them. And then, the thing is that in learning to speak and be confident and getting over a lot of those things as I got into later teens, like, I could leave the grocery store, but they couldn't. Like, they could help me to my car with groceries, and then I drive away, and maybe I see them later on, but like, it's inappropriate for them to just come up to me just because they're just like, you like eggnog in the winter, whatever. I don't know. I love eggnog. Publix eggnog. I love that stuff. Cut it half and half with milk, no alcohol. I don't like that. But the reason my accent is super neutral is absolutely racism. If I was allowed to grow up without any interference, I probably would show with my voice. Darkness, I'm not stuck here with you. You're stuck here with me. God. Play as where I get oxygen. Yeah, I need to remember to do that. you would probably hear more of my upbringing, where there's times I would slip up, just kind of like my mom does when someone from the Upper Peninsula of Michigan speaks. My mom's from the UP, so you get to hear this bastardization of the North and Canada land, Canada and the Upper North, kind of a mixture of those. Anyone from the North having that accent, even a twinge of a Yooper accent. And my mom, you can't even, she goes from the same thing that you can't understand her. Usually you would hear me around anybody who's, think of the street I grew up on, of like airplane, but not derogatory, because the word jive literally means like stupid. Which I love this scene from Airplane. It was like, excuse me, I speak jive. I know the word by then wasn't supposed to be as derogatory, but it was still derogatory. And no one thinks of it as derogatory now. Think of that. That's what I grew up around, but not that. Just kind of like you would think, that kind of thing. Which, by the way, that was an ad-lib scene. That actress did not know how to at all communicate like that. So she went out with those two actors for lunch, and they just, yeah, and hi, hey, Cringe. I know, I think I said hi, but I don't know if I said that. So she went out to lunch with them, and they ad-libbed that scene. Chump don't want no help, chump don't get no help. So I do love that. But yeah, if get me around too much rap music that grew up around and listened to and stuff, maybe you'll hear some of it. Maybe if my tongue is looser and my teeth are fixed, so that my tongue doesn't feel like it sticks on where I had a tooth pulled because I couldn't afford to have it fixed, you would hear that, like, I used to like certain genres of rap a lot more. And even my in-between fillers for sound are accidentally learned. But just listen to how people tell you how to speak, and practice it in a place where you can walk away from the situation, but you can have a meaningful conversation. You can also have a non-regional dialect, is what it's usually referred to as. Though someone from Hawaii said the Hawaiian word for mainlander, which is you're a mainlander, like, I can tell you have an accent. See, ums are even a learned thing. I'd probably have traces of when I was younger and all that stuff, but growing up in Georgia, unfortunately, made it so that even as I got older, there was no, that was a no-go. So even when I've owned my own businesses, I have a higher pitch voice that I've used, and the inflection changes a little bit, and I make sure to draw out words a little differently and just speak something more like this, because I am doing communication over the phone that I'm trying to either book a wedding or talk to you about wholesale prices and whatnot. And if you suspect that I might have a darker skin tone, you might not actually, hire me to do what you'd like me to do or use my services when I'm owning businesses and being able to pull these things off. So I keep the timbre a little higher, and I don't dip down when my inflection would usually go down. So, like, yeah, with a true smile, yeah. Hi, this is Steven Jackson. How may I help you? And so this is what I had to end up calling. Yeah, that is the truth. This is what I ended up having to call my white people voice, because I've been fired from, in my owning businesses, I've been fired from contracted jobs because people found out that the person they hired was too dark of skin. But you would hear I've all those things are learned. If you ever want to communicate the way I do and not sound like you're from somewhere, it just takes practice. Just like, by the way, I can mimic accents. I'm not going to present that right here, right now. I can mimic accents way better than people give credit for. As long as I really, really, really think about what it is, hear it, and then, like, how would my throat how would I start from beginning to end and then make it like I'm not trying to make fun of somebody. So you can call it impressions, but it's not. And that's how I know how to speak with a non-regional dialect. Like previously in Resident Evil Village, I had to warm my voice up a lot, and there might be some cleanup on that, but that that I don't know if Patrick Carrier is here could confirm that timbre is possible without pitch shifting, but it would have been way easier if I just pitch shifted to do that previously on Resident Evil Village. If I just pitch, but this is the Shure SM7B. The microphone Michael Jackson used, he used the Shure SM7. Shure is a great, once again, Patrick having connections, was able to get me 2 of these, and since he did that, we did a charity run. We earned $1,600 for, I can't remember. Can anyone remember the charity we gave to for that one? And then the other ones I use are like, I went back to recording static videos with my Rode N1TA. I believe, is this the A or is the silver one the A? The silver one gets higher timbre voices, female voices better. This one gets my voice better. So, if I let mine, he could imitate it. Possibly. Because when I sometimes sound like I'm imitating people, it's not true imitation like people think. So I can just sometimes do that. Sometimes lightning doesn't strike twice though, and I don't know how I got my voice like that again. So it was suicide prevention or brain tumor association. It was not brain tumor association. It did come down to Veterans Affairs something. Either we voted on vets or suicide prevention. That's right. And then since we didn't do one, we did the other the next time I did a charity run. I want to be in a financial situation again that you guys aren't trying to basically help me, charity for me to live and take care of my parents. I want to get back into a financial situation where we can do that again. Where we're giving pros and we are doing things for charities all the time. I do think we voted suicide prevention. I do believe that in that stream there is a specific member of our community that has a shield that I apologize to because I knew who they voted for, and I let her know that we were going to do it the other way. We would eventually give to a different charity, but I think I legitimized it as, you know, veterans are more prone to take their life than you would ever think. They're more prone for needing mental health care and needing support systems, support groups, and thinking anything given to suicide prevention, if it hits any veterans, please, because it's, I know I need to do the cabin. I know I need to get oxygen, but I will not, that is not me getting up on a soapbox. That's just statistics. There are a lot of people who just, what happens, what you see, what you go through, and then you come back to a normal civilian life. It doesn't go well together depending on what your MOS is. Like, it doesn't go well if your job is to do one thing and then you try to just be among everyone else. Because, and especially, and this is another thing that I should bring in, especially with someone like me with ADHD, that already, that ADHD is known for in males causing a disconnect of not feeling a few things of it can sound like you're high and mighty, and instead it feels like you want deeper conversations because your brain is racing. It presents a little different in females, but and it can have its different complications, but I'm just saying from like even males that are coming back, males and females both serve. I'm just saying from my own perspective, a male that with ADHD had to learn to speak, had selective mutism once, always, basically autistic, coming from, I hope my son didn't hear that, coming from all of that, it doesn't, I think we did suicide prevention, and I was okay with it because if it can help veterans. And then I said we should do veterans something, because both of them are very much underfunded. Here's not a hot take. I need to go get oxygen, but this is not a hot take. This is just how it should be. Nobody. Let's put privatized healthcare to the side for a second. Nobody should have to pay for any mental health services, period, into discussion, veteran or not. And you shouldn't have to go through the VA and wait so long to get medical services. But putting aside how slow and sloppy the VA can be and how privatized healthcare is just dog shit. Even with everything privatized, mental health care services should be free, period. If we pay into things like Social Security, which doesn't need to be privatized to keep running for the next 70 to 80 years. Sorry, I don't mean to be political, but Bernie Sanders did the numbers correctly if you want to see someone who actually got that right. Because those numbers are actually correct to any economical anything. But no one should have to pay for mental health care. Here's my take on it and why it's not a hot take. If we are going to force kids at the rate and at the risk of truancy for socialization first, education second, to show up to school from age 6 to 18, you can drop out at 16, but it doesn't get you anywhere. If you are made to be a part of that from the get-go, from the jump, from the start, we should be teaching socialization with the idea that we need to take care and help and sustain mental health care forever, because as you get older, as you get jaded, as workplaces, as you know, minimum wage doesn't raise up, and you see depressions or recessions in the economy, as you see things that you don't agree with happening around you, around the world, in your community, and anywhere in between. From the jump, if we're gonna teach kids about society and how it works, we should teach them how to get help when society will eventually beat the ever-loving shit out of them, and how to get back up. And that should be a free service that we pay for every single day, that when we have to figure it out. Stop. And if anyone wants to tell me, but no, we're in a privatized healthcare system, go suck a fuck. They're called slush funds. Go learn what they are. One governmental slush fund later cut. One slush fund later cut, and that's a service that's easily afforded to everybody age born to death. And I'm talking about that. Most slush funds are so many billions of dollars just sitting there, that just cut one and you got basic mental health. And I say that because, yes, if we're gonna make it so, because if you don't know, school is socialization first, because we found out a long time ago that those who go through a school system get more learning, more we always thought those who go to school are less likely to commit crimes because they can find legitimate jobs. While that is partially true, that's actually not the truth. It's partially true, and you can go do your own research and fact check this one, but it's not the truth. The real truth is that those who go to school learn a set of social standards, and they learn what's socially acceptable and not acceptable. And so when they're learning in formative years, because you have developmental psychology that tells you your biggest formative years are between years 4 and 8 years old. That basically you're who you are unless you put in a lot of work by age 8. I know that sounds crazy, but developmental psychology is a contested area of psychology in the first place, as well as a lot of psychology, because it's a soft science until basically 2 world wars made it so that we had to tell who would crack more under pressure than others. And from then on, we actually take the idea of mental health care more seriously. School, the idea was more that those who go to school, it's not about whether they found jobs or not, because they started seeing that there were unemployment rates, that we had depressions, great depressions even, in the United States, and those with higher education still didn't resort to certain things, didn't do so. And we started seeing trends, and you could see those trends continuing on, but those who were even in these systems and then went off to other systems, like becoming part of the armed forces and coming back, that they could have an education, come back, and their rate of crime and homelessness skyrockets. What's going on there? You could start seeing things that were conflicting of, if schooling is doing all this work and it's because you learn, you're smarter, then why do we have officers coming back going homeless and robbing people? Like, how is that working? And it's not. What's actually happening is that I like a number 2 with no ketchup in the pickles. And so my true opinion on it is, We know these things. We know what we're doing. We know that school is a socialization mechanism where, yes, those who are more intelligent when it comes to IQ, not even EQ. And that's where you make the delineation. When IQ is higher, it does curb dissidence and it curbs violence and crime and does all that. You know what else does that even more effectively? Because a lot of officers are stupid. I don't know, and I have no opinion, even though I do have an opinion, but I just don't wish to share it right now. God, me and some second lieutenants have some wars. You know what actually charts better than IQ with the lack of aggression or doing things illegally or using proper channels or finding legitimate jobs? You know what trends higher than socialization, piggybacking on the idea of giving them and people book smarts so they'll know better and they're taught better? You know what absolutely has a correlation that's closer to a 0.8, 0.9 as opposed to like a 0.6 something? EQ, emotional quotients. Emotional intelligence is not the same as just being able to be part of Mensa and whatnot. Your IQ and EQ determine two different things. And we sit there and we socialize kids and we focus that their IQ gets higher so that crime rates and everything and proper citizenship and learning your place in society and not, you know, stirring the pot. We prioritize that in kids, but we're afraid to prioritize EQ and let kids have proper access to higher functioning therapeutic anything when they're going through, especially middle school and up years, when they're going through dramatic changes, whether it be from outside sources or their own body. And we just tell them to get out there, buckaroo. And that is a troubling thing to do, given that you just taught them all the things they should and shouldn't do, and you taught them zero things mentally on how to process it when they shouldn't do it. It's the easier way to do it. They could get it done, but they shouldn't. So what do I do now? Just mope, sit? Like, it's... No, maybe an opinion that will get me in trouble, but I think everyone should get free counseling from age 5. No, that's not an opinion that's in trouble. That should be mandatory. What I'm trying to get at is that we go by all these statistics about IQ and how it makes proper citizenship. And then you see when people don't agree with their government, how they can react and how they figure out. And you find out IQ means that you can learn about the past, but you don't know how to use those emotions to then do something about the present. EQ says you're learning how to socialize, how to be a part of that group, how to realize that all you can control is yourself and your reaction to what's happening, but your actions matter, your action or inaction matters, and how to internally process those things when they come up in a healthy fashion. And that if you're going to harp on IQ and schooling and socialization, why do we not go by EQ? Oh wait, it means that because every time we have gone that direction, I'll let you guess what we see trends. What do you think trends with those who have a higher emotional quotient, who have better socialization skills and are smart, who know how to properly process their feelings, say it to those who need to know that? What do you think happens when those people have at least a mediocre, both IQ, EQ, and socialization skills? What do you think happens when they don't like the state of affairs of where they live, when it comes to even from those who are supposed to protect them to the governing bodies that look after their society? What do you think happens when you give them both? Oh, wait. People in power don't stay in power nearly as long. That's exactly what happens. Historically speaking, those that are able to successfully help those others that might be hurting because of events that you are looking at in the past that you learn about, they're the people that head those things that make waves make a difference and help other people learn how to make a difference, all trend and have the same thing. It's their EQ that matters more. It's their way that they socialize with other people. It's the way they learn how to fit in society healthily, how they learn how to deal with their own everything healthily, and their IQ comes second. And the last thing that society wants to tell you while socializing you is how to change that society. And that is exactly why you will never see those dollars going toward free, exactly what I'm talking about. That's the truth for you. Couple that with a few toxic stereotypes out there about how men and women are supposed to, you know, bottle feelings or deal with feelings differently, and you've just got bad recipes for how things go. All I will say is destabilization of civilization population bring people into power or can help maintain power. Yeah. I don't know how to say it without being any political or sounding like I'm being some pundit, because I'm not. I am just saying the facts, and that's it. And I'm gonna go get my oxygen now. It's a factual thing that those who have helped society go in better ways, usually their EQ is more than average. So to teach and to normalize that everyone's emotional status in a civilization goes up is a good way to make sure that those who would like to hold on to the way things are rather than the way things could be, that they can't hold on to it any longer. Because you have people who know how to internalize it, process it, think about how it affects other people, come to the correct conclusion of how to handle the situation faster and more responsibly. And that quickly takes people who have power and puts them as people who used to have power. That's how monsters are born. Oh, you're looking at one person that thinks of themselves as a monster. No, I was born that way, but that is how monsters are created. And sarcasm, that totally isn't stuff I learned from talking. Yeah, they'll teach you that. All right, hold on one sec. I'm leaving you guys unattended for that long. Is how long I've left you unattended. Oh, I gotta hit the add button. YouTube, don't hate me anymore. YouTube, can you learn to love me again? 14 minutes. 14 minutes. Who here needs to be reprimanded? Other than like Nightbot, I don't know. Okay. Who's the only boss or enemy in game that can survive a direct hit from a rocket launcher? Oh, someone already said it. I was about to say you can't kill the Verdugo. This is a random question to ask. All right, go back at it. Back at it. We're at the cabin. There's no way around this, is there?
Over errands before going this way. Be ashamed to live the rest of your life wondering, what if? Am I right?
My life isn't gonna be going much longer. You were doing trivia? Oh. Yeah. Let's remember, I can't take a single hit. Oh. Caleb, I swear if you ever change your profile picture, I won't know your name until I relearn. You can't change it.
You.
Hey, listen, about earlier.
Yeah, about that.
Hey, I see you found your missing senorita.
Senorita has a name and it's Ashley. You are?
Name's Luis.
Here we go.
Hordes of them against two of us. Oh, and let's not forget, this lobby.
Where do I want to board up first? Infinite ammo is on my side.
It's made up of monsters.
Behind me. Usually, this is not what I board up.
Hope you stretched.
Yeah. Now if you'd shut up, we'd be good to go.
I did not.
There it is. I need you closed.
Sorry.
Anything else I missed on the map right here? Nope. Okay. Probably keep them at bay like this then. Alright, just the one entrance. Choke point.
Son of a bitch.
Come on inside and give me the board. Yeah, there it is.
All right, this one's good.
Oh, come on, come on, come on. Okay.
Let's see you climb this.
There's always someone right here. You need to go immediately.
Oh, sorry.
How did you magically appear? Oh, come on. No! They're gonna magically appear anyway?
Let's see you climb this.
Now you go down for the big guy. Okay. I saved up all my tangerines for this. You're very welcome, Love Ends Rage. There you are.
We've got a big one on our hands.
Little busy at the moment.
Okay. I'm going into this menu to give me a second to think when I do some things. Oh! Oh, it's scripted! We get a pass because it's scripted! Yes! Remember we said scripted, we figured out scripted attacks do not kill. Because there's something wrong with the programming. Don't know why, but that I'm taking that free pass right now.
Leon! This way, hurry!
I believe I might be the greatest gamer ever to live. Did I really just do one-shot that? This is on professional. One hit equals death. The scripted thing can't kill you apparently. Yeah, that actually surprised me. Is anyone else? Face ID does not know what I am when I have this on. Was that feels anticlimactic? Is what it feels. Is that? Should I feel wrong? I don't know. Where's Ashley red hair? You know what, you little asshat? It's under the helmet. It is on her. Did that yesterday. And I believe I specifically referenced that one person out of us would actually, take note that I did and would have things to say about it. I don't know who that person among us could possibly be. That one mortal. Yeah, that's what putting hours into this game will get you, because I could only think, yeah, strategically for beating the cabin. No, don't blame Alyssa. I know it's easy to, but I'm gonna. You want to? Daddy.
Daddy, daddy,
Daddy, daddy, daddy, daddy, daddy, daddy, daddy. Sarcasm's trying to put things on you that and blame you for like the red hair and things. Anyway, sarcasm saying things, blaming you. I'm telling on how it works. Anyway, for that fight, if you're having trouble with it, bruh, I'm working. Oh, you're right. I should have done it like a 6 delay. Oh, that's right. You're working. I have another soundbite I should be using. Anyway, for once I'm innocent. Everyone screenshot that. If you board up the window behind you and then you board up the one right there and then you keep killing them before they can get in the one. That's exactly how I've always beaten that one of being at the stairs and trying to control that one window, because your blind spot's gonna get you killed. Now the only thing of this mod not counting a scripted hit as a one-hit kill.
Got some bad news, Condor One.
And it won't, because and it doesn't make sense because the dog is a scripted hit too and it counted it.
Right now. Let's just focus on getting out of here.
But I'm not 100% sure what happened with that. Note, I am still innocent. Fuck you, say. What? No, you're not. What? Please don't lie to people who are new to my streams. I'm willing to actually say kind things, but I can't lie to these people like that. Wow, he bends over and takes a rest on everything, doesn't he? All right, is it time for us to get rid of this shotgun? Because I'm not using those frickin' tickets.
Got some new wares, stranger. You're in for a treat. Welcome. I've got something new for you.
Oh, I got a red barrel.
Next.
I got a red barrel. Do a barrel roll. Okay. The ornate necklace is the second most valuable thing. The crown is the most valuable. The way to get the most value out of it is that you have to have these. That's the most value you can get out of it. The 4-color bonus, 1.6 times bonus, I believe is the highest you can get. Now, you might say, but Steven, how about the 4 gemstone of the same color bonus? 1.7 times a gem that actually you can't do all 4 slots, but 1.7 times a gem that is worth less does not equate to 1.6 times filling up gem slots that are worth more. And you can't even get the 4 color. I forgot about that. You'd have to do the 2-2. And what's the 2-2 bonus? 2 duos. I think 2 duos might be able to do it though. If I were to switch it out, I think it makes it around... Nope. It does not. I am wrong. My math did not math. This is the most value you're getting out of it. All right. And then the bangles are the cheapest thing that requires the circle gets the square treatment. Okay. And then the butterfly lamps should take blue. And the elegant mask should take blue because of later on we get the most of those, but I can't. I think it's the 5,000 and 4,000 that we need to use red on, and we got plenty of those now. And do it as a duo bonus, and that should be like the only thing else I could sell would be filling up the butterfly with blue, but I can't remember where the next anything is. So please give me bigger case, please. The riot.
Why not try your hand at
Zutsu riot. Throw back a bottle of beer. I can't remember the... Oh, my voice cracked. Alyssa did say she was working, right? That means I can play sound bits that would absolutely usually get me in trouble. Everyone remind me of mac and cheese later.
Anything else I can...
Wait, she can also hear me as I say...
What's that? How have we procured these curiosities? You don't want to know, mate. Will that be all?
Sorry, I got caught off guard by my own mouth. Let me just sell a few things real quick. Almost anything. Almost all. I play with sounds in my mouth. I play with mouth sounds. I play with sounds in my mouth. Let's see how fast I die to everything else. He doesn't have the snipper rifle that I want. No, I don't want that. I don't want that. Is that an emote? Is that a girl giving me the middle finger? Is that a real emote? Or is that holding a knife? Is that a knife? What is that? What emote is that? Is that a middle finger and a knife? What is that? I can't see it from here. Maybe my eyesight's not the best right now.
Anything you like, stranger. Stranger. Ooh,
Is it not a middle finger?
penny for that.
I can't
Got a
tell.
selection of
Okay,
things on sale, stranger.
Wait. Uh-oh. Wait. Okay, I have to take a picture on my side though. There's black blank space. Shaking a finger at me. There's black blank space, and I now know that those are swooshes coming down. In my defense, it looks instead like a ball where the not the first digit is coming out, meeting the face, the hands balled up, and the swooshes look like a black, the edge of a blade that's black, but the edge of it is actually sharpened, is you see the steel. It looks like a middle finger with holding a knife.
Money, mate.
Rate of fire and precision. That's why I usually get it. Okay. Riot is coming with me. You're coming with me.
Let us know when you've made some room.
And now that I actually own it, we have to not much to examine.
What can I interest
I have to examine the thing. Okay, it's 1.5 times power. This is 2 times
you have
power.
a ticket, do ya?
But I can sell what I've got and
Choose your
immediately.
weapons,
So, okay. We're going to go ahead and sell.
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference.
Where's my...
Price? Well,
Where is it?
that's our
Sorry,
choice.
Remington. You and Mossy's I'd trust my life to. In this game, I apparently can't do that.
I'll buy it at a high price.
But...
Well then, what can I do you for? If you want
Oh,
a fighting chance out there, you best tune up your kit.
We were talking about that. This is, was this when 20J Contra was saying in this game that I forgot that the Benelli M2 is in it? M3 that I can go between, because I believe that selector switch up there turns it from gas operated but not piston driven gas operated like the M4. I believe that releases it so you can actually use it as a pump or as a semi-auto. I believe this is the Benelli M3 that I was told I overlooked. It's because she's a Latina, Steven? That it looks like a knife? Don't out me like that in public.
Not seen anything you like, stranger? There you are, as you wished. We're starting
Dude, you're gonna
to
get me
an
hurt.
idea of your tastes, friend.
But that's probably exactly.
Knife needs care every once in a while.
All right.
Could be the difference between dazzled, are you? Our craftsmanship demands no less.
We're about to use the shotgun for everything. All right.
Try that on for size.
Yeah, the shotgun's about to be used for everything. Yeah, this is gonna be a shotgun. This is gonna be one of the shotguns of all time.
Molding a weapon to suit your
Dude, you are
specific
speaking
needs.
so much.
It's a thing of beauty.
I'm doing my best, but like,
Dazzled, are you? Don't get yourself
I'm gonna come back.
killed now.
Remember, with goth Latinas, those are love stabs in my experience. They are still stab wounds. A love stab.
Welcome. Ooh, what you buying?
Can anyone remember the silver ticket? Does it take 30 or 40?
There's some
When the silver ticket becomes available,
buy.
does it take 30 or 40? I can't remember off the top of my head, but if anyone wants to remember for me, have fun. Because if it only takes 30, as soon as I get to 38, I'm getting the TMP stock.
Hard times,
Maybe?
mate.
We'll see. The shotgun's about to put in the work. No sarcasm. That's a real. No. Nightbot, don't.
We've got
You,
company.
don't you dare.
Moving, but quietly. Got it.
Okay. Oh,
Okay.
I'll try.
Guess we're doing this.
Okay, so we're doing this. This is one game where I only need one infinite ammo weapon.
Next.
Yay, bait.
Keep coming.
Wait, Nightbot was delayed. Nightbot's been acting delayed lately. I got it tomorrow after I drop my son off at school. I'm probably gonna immediately come live on Twitch and do what I said I was gonna do today, and do it in the morning tomorrow, which is probably going after Silent Hill F.
You all right?
Yeah, thanks.
I really need to give Twitch though more emotes, and at least give them "It's Not My Baby." I probably should do that right now before we forget. Like, Twitch has been existing and it's supposed to be an equal experience on each platform, and they don't have "It's Not My Baby." Where is that emote? I don't even actually know where I would find it at the moment. I saved it somewhere. Is it? It should be in my Dropbox. I should do a Hell Kitty emote. Oh my god, I never thought about doing a Hell Kitty emote. I don't know how you do that. Oh my god. You can have animated emotes on Twitch. I could do an animated emote of Hell Kitty burning. Please remind me of that later. Something that would be a good Twitch exclusive thing. Hell Kitty burning. Yeah, I need Hell Kitty burning. Yeah. I'm seeing those emotes, but I need a cat. I need it burning. I do need Hell Kitty burning. Basically, it's Helmo, but is Hell Kitty on this right here? Do I have? I do.
Hell Kitty is always with us. Always. I forgot that, no one can escape. The Hell Kitty. So yeah, basically that, but animated. Gonna need that, but animated. Is Nightbot back on Twitch? Nightbot needs another timeout. Before I could even get it out, it was done. Oh, wait, hold on.
Excuse me? Sorry about that. I'll probably just stay up tonight and do that real fast. I was expecting that cabin to take forever and that be like the end of the stream. But now I feel like we have to keep going and I have to get like Mendez or something. Because something will screw me up. Everything's supposed to be able to kill me. We found 2 things that just can't because it doesn't proc correctly. But they need shields over there for memberships. They need shields over on Twitch. No, we decided already that Twitch needs... No. You know what? I'm going to look at how Twitch does their membership stuff. But I don't think Twitch should get differently when it comes to the starting off the shields with the stars. What's you guys' opinion on that? After the stars, when it usually go to like after the 5-star shield, when it starts going into more than a year. That's when, because I'm just now starting. I've been on YouTube for 10 years. I'm just now starting on Twitch. I think Twitch should start off with shields. Nightbot is going right at you, Crenshin. It needs Chibi Darkness in Mankini. How do you make those sentences and not have an aneurysm? On a related note, how do I read those sentences and not have an aneurysm? Oh, chalices, chalices, chalices. Promises, promises. I could never keep. Promises, promises. I'm not on key. Oh God, no. No song stuck in my head. Ban. Bad. I did a bad thing. Oh God, this part though. How do I not get hurt with the 2 chainsaw women? Uh-oh.
Sure is quiet.
Too quiet. I'm gonna say it for you. It sure is quiet. Too quiet. Can I not make a grenade yet? No grenades for me. But I will flash them. I doubt I can carry everything without giving up. Like, what comes after this? We go. I don't need long distance firepower after. I probably can give up the snipper rifle if we need to, like, get some, like, collect stuff for more money. The stronger my weapons are, the more likely it is that I actually, because my real concern is Sadler. I mean, Salazar. My real concern is how fast can I put him down before he puts me down. Even landing the golden egg on him will not save me from his tumbling all over the place, making bugs come out of nowhere. That will kill me. Whatever weapons I go in there with, oh God, must be the best. Because that's where I'm even thinking that rocket launcher might be in I could give them man and cheese. Have I given you guys man and cheese? Do you guys have an emote for man and cheese? I don't know what they think about it, but do you guys have the man and cheese emote? Did I do that? Yes, you do. Cool. Got it. I've got an even worse one. Hold on. Please hold. Let me see if I can actually get the image up on this computer. You can't watch me do this because I can't have you like stealing my passwords to things. Let me see if this will let me. Oh yeah, I turned off the internet on this one. Okay, so that one's not a problem. Don't have to worry about that. This one. Maybe my Dropbox has. I should show you guys. Let's see if I can get into it. I think I've got something you guys might appreciate. Some of you absolutely will not appreciate it in any capacity at all for any reason. Some of you will hate it. Others of you will not like it and will still hate it. It'll pretty much be hated, but I've got another. Okay, give me my text of like getting it into my thing. Okay. My one-time password. You guys can't see. And let's see if I did. Does it? Did I? Does it? Did it? Do it? Do I? Where are? I hate Dropbox. DarknessJackson. All my stuff for that. Chibis emojis. Did I make it into emoji yet? I've got the old emojis we had of like Claire and stuff, and we can't use Capcom stuff. No, I don't have it in that though. I have assets right here. Nope. That's just got Navi. Go back. So I've got. Oh, it's gotta be the full-on chibi I've got then. Okay. All right, we're gonna all hate this together, but there's no escaping this. So, wow. My throat. Don't be like that. Where are you? Okay. All right. So I've got the big smile. I've got copium. Where's the cheese? Give me cheese, man. Oh, I forgot to use. I literally have images of me as Leon for thumbnails for things like this. Me as Leon. Why even have them if not to use them? Wasted work, time, and effort. Jesus. Is there a way for me to like make a screen where you guys can just see the screen and just let's see. All right. I'm just gonna make a random source. I'm gonna add the source, add new source, browser source. I'm gonna immediately hide it and go grab. No, it won't let me use the URL, will it? It's gotta be window capture. So I'm gonna get rid of that. We immediately do window capture. Say grab the window, but immediately hide it because it always wants to like grab something ridiculous. So grab. Yeah, that looks about right. I go ahead and knowing that more things are coming up, go ahead and transform. Edit transform and just crop the top of that by like the 150 and the left by like 150 and the right by 150, and that should be enough. That should make it look. That should be enough. What is that looking like? Is that enough? I don't know. Boop. Yeah, that's enough. So I got that. That's one. Let me just go ahead and take that down really quick and look at other things real fast. I got that. So that exists. Let me pull up anything else. I'm not using Leon. What am I doing? I've got Copium over here. Where is... Okay, so I've got a disturbing version of Man and Cheese. And it's not for everyone. It's not for everyone, but it is for you guys. I made... So there's that Man and Cheese. And so it doesn't burn your retinas. Let me just go back real quick. Don't worry about that. Just worry about... I don't know where the other Man and Cheese is. I don't know where the other Man and Cheese is. I have no idea. Let me see if I can find anything. I need to upload some of these things though. Melting. I've got the trophy. I've got and I've got. I do have one other, which probably will. Why? I have why. So there's that. All right, let's go. But I need to give Not My Baby. I don't know where that... I didn't save it to Dropbox. I didn't see it right there. Otherwise, I would have given it to Twitch right here, right now. Twitch deserves My Baby and it not being mine. Because at the end of the day, it's not my baby. I like to believe that I didn't will those images into existence, that they just willed themselves into existence. Hold on. How about a big brave big boy emote? Hey, I am a big brave boy. I am a big brave boy. My mom said so. I don't think my mom's ever said something like that before. I don't think my mom's ever been like, "Oh, my little whatever." Uh-oh. Is giving me mixed signals. Okay. Nope. No. 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 There we go.
Wait here.
What? Okay.
She says what? Like I stuttered. Did I this is gonna be difficult. Well, thank you for stopping on by. I appreciate it. Got nothing else to... Oh, yeah, it's a damn extended map. It's giving me a little more than I probably deserve, but it's fine because as long as I've got it and I can't get rid of it, I'm going to go ahead and use it. That should have hit. A Spinel. Okay. All right, so here's the objective here. I have to take down all the maniacs, all the ones that can throw things. And for money's sake, both sisters. Bofa. Both of them. I have infinite ammo. The thing I don't have infinite of is every other resource. So I gotta take down Bofa. Just send this on over to send to storage. I'll sell you later. I don't think anything else here can be sent to storage. I think no other stalling. Okay. Backhand spring, like in the first game. They're running parallel to each other, coming in, ducking down, even rolling backwards. He risked kicking off a wall and they could have sped up the chainsaw. I've never understood that one decision in this remake. Why did they do that? Why did he just kick off that wall?
Great.
He doesn't know how stable the wall is.
One lady test drive.
A ribbed asshole. Uh-oh. I can't touch the fire. The optimal way to for dual chainsaws? Don't you give me your propaganda. Whoa, you're right there. One's dead. No! Oh. Oh. Oh, at least it let me autosave right here. Calm down, Fred Durst. Handspring off the wall to avoid dual chainsaws for president. No, there's... Look, I would say, okay, rolling out of that, ducking down and rolling backwards and getting back up onto your feet to make sure that you stay as close, low to the ground as possible and that you know where your footing will come from. You can better index something like a sidearm, whatever weaponry you've got on you. I could see an advantage to that if you knew how to do so. He's not wearing plates. He doesn't have on any soft right now. Like, you can get body armor after this chapter. So the only complaint would be, well, he's trying to stay on his feet to not hurt himself because there could be something on the ground. To which I say, do I need to jump off of that? Again, he sure as hell rolled when I jumped off of that. Like, this is, sometimes there's some showmanship and it's like, woo! What gets to me, it is always going to be the little things. Other people go, why are you even? And I'm like, don't even! Look one more time. Look one more time. He doesn't care about floors. He doesn't care about those shears. He wasn't looking at it. Just dropping to the ground, because he doesn't know how solid that floor is when chainsaws are ripping it apart. His foot could have busted it and he could have been flat on his back. Just drop down and tuck if you want to roll or not. But backstep. Just look at that duck. It's nice. Look at all those chickens. He sees it like he's trapped. And he has enough time to look back and forth. He's not trapped.
I am flattered. I'm a one-lady type of guy. Stay down, all right?
Ah, no! No! No, I didn't mean to call you. You're fine. You're fine. No one cares. You're fine. Oh, there's a lot more people.
Break already. Son of a bitch.
Is that all of them?
I'm good. Thanks.
All right, so I can go deal with Mendez poorly. Just like lighting the Molotovs all the time in The Last of Us. Yeah, I did do that though on accident all the time. Just like probably everyone else did. They're just so easy to light and they're right there, ready to be lit. Bro, that shit was lit though. Don't ever let me say something like that again. The bead's right on it. This is a shotgun. This is an unmissable shot. Okay, thank you, shotgun, for not video game logicking me for that. Crank that handle.
Are you hurt?
No, I'm okay. I guess.
You did well back there. Seems this isn't your first time running from creeps.
I can't tell if that's meant to be a compliment.
It's not. My... Excuse me for a second. My nose is deciding to want to leak all over the place. God, I hate these things. Where is your closest hospital for this limp? I look like I'm in this constant gait where I'm doing lunges. Leon is actually doing lunges. I just realized Leon's doing lunges. And he's actually almost got good form. Oh my God. Look at that almost 90 degree that he's doing consistently. I didn't even realize he's keeping, instead of straight up center of balance like that, so he can keep doing. Oh. I got lunging Leon. I actually didn't notice that until now. Oh, another spinel. Oh, I can't get hit here either. This should be easier, but if Ashley gets grabbed, it doesn't matter. If it's by Mendez, it's an auto game over. Should be it. Okay.
All right. Come on.
Okay.
That wouldn't break ribs or anything.
Requires cleansing.
Hurry!
There is no
Don't worry about that.
I saw the axe coming for me and I couldn't do anything. I could just try to ask them a few questions. Couldn't do anything about the axe.
Hurry! Don't worry about them.
We don't care about the bridge. We need to go. We need to go.
Okay.
All right. Mendez, this fight is actually not the easiest for me.
You're the one he wants. If we see him again,
I'll do my job.
What about you?
I'll do my job.
Time for me to do my job.
Take a look. Well,
Take a look.
ooh,
It's in a
what
book.
you buying?
Reading Rainbow. This. Still not sure about that
Your
bangle.
valuables won't do you much good in the grave.
Well, here we go. That finally is full. Sure. Boom. Thank you.
Got a selection of good things on sale.
I want a bigger case. Is what I'd like.
Good as new.
This is not gonna do me much, but I'll have it. Being able
Got a ticket, do ya?
to shut up about the ticket, I'll kill you.
Choose a weapon, stranger, and I'll make you see.
I'm thinking
We're starting to get an idea of your tastes, friend.
being able to
There
lay
you
down
are.
fire
As
as
you
fast
wish.
as possible.
Will that be all then?
How much do I need to get one?
Come back
Okay.
anytime.
I'm gonna stick with this. I'm gonna save it before I can change my mind. Boom, did it. Your case is in another castle. Yeah, it is. What is your case? What's the deal? Does anyone else remember that is a purely Seinfeld joke? That, as in like the show, he never ever said "What's the deal with whatever" in a stand-up routine. All right, just me. Cool.
Cease your pointless struggling. Abandon your body to the will of our God.
I am stalling.
You know that. Oh, Almighty, grant me the strength to crush your enemies. Son of a bitch! Ashley, run!
Okay.
Hasta luego.
Yeah, I could probably guess.
God, I thank you for your gift.
Now, the biggest problem with a structure like this is the idea that the longer it goes, you have muscles in your back that actually lets you so his arms can still articulate and flex, but it needs to be anchored to everything that on his back. So you got your traps and everything, and they all work together to kind of, you have to get it to the back. His back, there's no back. He's got nothing to actually constrict it against, and then to hold him up, there's no system. Anyway.
You want to get ugly? Let's get ugly.
I'm dead.
You find the peace
I'm not dead. I'm dead. Am I trying to make Resident Evil make sense? Yeah. Yeah. Many times over, I've tried to do that.
Be careful.
My life doesn't make sense. Why can't I make my games make sense? It's supposed to be a fantasy, right? Boom. Boom, jammies. Can I get back up? Can I get back up? Can I get back up? Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Don't hit me, bro. Don't hit me, bro. Don't hit me. Don't. Bro, don't hit me. What'd I say? Here's the part I never survived through without taking a little bit of damage because I'm an idiot. Biologically speaking, this and 8 are hard to make sense of.
Guess your tap dancing days are over.
No. No, no, do not be down here. Do not be down here. I think I started burning. He was indeed down there.
Be careful.
There you go. Resistance. And get back up there. Get back on that horse and ride, champ. No. Oh, I have nothing left.
Running out of options, huh?
No. You throw that right now. I was about to say, you shoot those barrels right now. I will not. No. Yay! Shut up, I gotta collect things. It's a burning... Oh, wait, it's a burning building. Hold on. I just thought about this.
Hey, you coming?
I mean, I'm coming in a second, but, like...
Give my regards to your god.
Am I able to... I know, you're calling me, like, but am I... Will I die if I accidentally touch any of this fire? Because I'm like really close.
Come on, it's dangerous.
I know it's dangerous. I'm trying to hurry. I don't know what I can and can't touch.
Leon, hurry!
This fire's bound to catch their attention.
Every female who grew up with and some males grew up with like in Leon
I won't let that happen.
in, you know, a certain capacity. Seeing those flames go on him right now and being like, why'd you have to smother them out? His clothes were coming off. Don't smother the flame. Get those clothes off of him. Because Ashley was way thirstier in the first one. Actually, she's pretty thirsty in this one. She definitely needs a glass of water, for sure. I really thought that I don't know what I'm doing here now. I really thought that fight would take so much more time at the cabin. Now I'm sitting here going, damn, okay. I predicated everything else I might do and how far I'd go, including like going up to midnight and everything, on the idea that it's gonna all come crashing down at the cabin.
All right, Ashley. Luis just said.
I got it. Guess we better get going.
Now I is here. I don't feel like a person that has like the skills.
I've got some new items. It will.
Almost sound like Liam Neeson.
Something new.
Yes, yes, an actual ticket, a real, actual exclusive upgrade ticket.
Years haven't been cut. So, which weapon will you be given a shine to? Give us a shout when you want to tune it up. Well then, what can I do you for? You have a ticket, do ya? Nice. Choose a weapon, stranger, and I'll make it sing. Came into some other bits and bobs.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
That cash in your pocket or your life?
Easy
choice, mate.
Hot pockets. All right, let's sell Mendez's eye. You know how you just sometimes pawn off people's eyeballs to your local vendor and they don't even blink? Oh God, I didn't mean to make that reference like that. As I was saying. And they don't even blink. I'm not making that joke. It happened on its own. I don't know how the drugs got there. I was just snorting all this crack and then all these other drugs showed up.
A deal well struck. Will that be all then? Easy work.
By the way, when I imagine being at, like, you know, for those who know, I have a sordid history with law enforcement based on trying to save my brother from what he was going through.
Welcome.
But when I think of myself as not the person who is desperate to do anything to save his brother, but just as a, what if I were a criminal? I'd be the one that goes up to the officers going like, could you repeat that one more time? I smell so many colors. I just dropped some acid and you're just gonna have to speak up, officers. One officer, there's only one. Sorry about that. I get that confused when I'm super high on illegal substances. Like I just imagine I wouldn't be the best.
I can certainly do something with this. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger. You have a ticket, do ya? Nice. Choose a weapon, stranger.
I'm gonna get the Stingray because I know the Stingray. I think I need it.
I'll hand this over when you've got the space.
I think I need that Stingray.
Turns heads into pumpkins, mate. Take this for a rampage through the patch.
Okay.
Your weapons are in good hands, mate. I'll see you right.
Yeah, this one's powered by 2 times over. This one's rate of fire. I'll tell you right now that I will be spamming like crazy so this can go away. And God, could I get a real scope for this? This is one weapon that I can't place off the top of my head, though. I feel like I should know it. It gives me that G3 vibe, and it gives me the sci-fi vibe of like having the thumb hole, which, you know, you want to make something look futuristic, give it a thumb hole, but this actually is a weapon. And I know I'm not supposed to discuss weapons much, but it's driving me crazy that I can't just pinpoint in my head. Like, it looks familiar. It looks familiar. God, I swear to drunk, I'm not officer.
Like, stranger. What can I do you for?
Just, yeah, that kind of.
Ruby's all rubbish.
Yeah, I know, shut up.
The price.
I'm trying to decide my future. It is not clear what I should be doing. So I'm trying to figure my future. Just shut up.
Can't buy.
Some things money can't buy.
Will that be all then?
I feel like he's communicating with me like I'm a dolphin. Is that just me? Do I just feel? Do I get dolphin vibes off of him? Does anyone else get dolphin vibes off of him?
There you are.
Also, is that a weird thing to say? Especially out loud. Okay. Rate of fire.
This kind of work is about
This is the whole reason of getting this weapon, right?
little bit goes a long way. You'll see.
And then 4 rounds at a time. You know what? Let's
Needs care. There you are. As you wished. Got a selection of good
we're good with
things
this.
on sale. Pleasant travels.
I'm not gonna upgrade one singular anything yet. Should have flashbanged all those crows. I just don't feel like this little fork is my life now. I don't feel like I have very good skill at games. That's why I have to make so many notes, because I end up sucking at games. I'm just like, how do I get better at game? Make note. Write it down. Write it down. Maybe I can be better at game one day, please. That is kind of how I view it. I guess we're sticking the ACOG on this. At least, okay. At least with this one, there is a railed upper with Picatinny right there. That's Picatinny spacing, right? It's not any NATO. So, okay, yeah. So it's right there. And oh, I do know this rifle, actually. The charging handle's right there. You flip it out, and then it goes back in line underneath that railing. So that flips out to be able to charge. It's a semi-auto. You can flip it left or right. That's why it's ambi. and you can yeah, and it can go straight in line with it, so you can flip it out to charge left or right-handed, which makes it for a push for ambidextrous. What freaking weapon is this? I don't know. All right, at least they're attaching it to something that isn't blast for me to attach it to this time now, because I'm gonna have nightmares over freaking doing that to that pole action, welding a Picatinny on that thing and just being like, games like, accept it, game logic. No, I don't have to accept anything. You're not my... What's a figure that I'd accept something from? You're not my, excuse me. So I'm gonna get loot off their bodies now. Are all y'all dead? You were marching in a line, so I figured you wanted to die. What is that? It's dead. Don't worry about it. Boot to the head. Or a boot knife. It's fine. And I take your stuff. Oh, you guys had crap drops. Time for rum. No, no. Somebody slap Sarcasm's hand and say bad boy. Preferably be female so he'll listen. And possibly goth and Latina, apparently, by what he already said. Because then... Wait, no. If you're that, then he'll see the slap coming. Oh, God, no.
They keep coming.
That was just one. It's not like they don't start coming. Oh, come on. Poke head out.
Next.
Nope. Giving me the freaking wrong reticle for a rifle like this. Gotta poke your head out and let me place it on this triangle. Oh my God, stop debating me, both of you. I don't like the debating. Got you. You have so many bruises from a Latina from work, mainly because of your mouth. Oh my God. In other news, most people view the sky as blue. The jokes were worth it. Can that hit me? Okay. Some would call that an occupational hazard. Oh, you're Latina. Slap Sarcasm and tell him no. Does that mean hazard pay? I don't know, but the concept is that's just funny. I don't care who you are. Well, yeah, he needs to enjoy it to pay attention. I like him to pay attention enough to do it. I'm glad he didn't actually try to hurt me. That's the point. If he hears it from someone that he enjoys, do you have any? You're wearing scrubs. Can put on all black clothes pretty quick for me and tell him no. Ah, Jesus. I forgot which one that I don't ever shoot down. I forget most of the time, every time. One of them. Except for right now, it will get me killed forgetting this one. There's one. Nah, not worth it. Whoa, maybe it's worth it. We're gonna fire that next time. He didn't do it. You're wearing all black right now. Are you? I am Ninjar. They'll never see me. Ooh. I hit him in that barrel. Oh, there's a moment his head is totally exposed. Yeah, that's what I thought. No Slipknot hoodie and a basketball shorts because jeans don't feel good on fresh tattoos. You have more fresh tattoos? Of course you have more fresh tattoos.
Okay.
Won't open.
Will that hit me? Ooh, that would have hit me. How is that not impacting? I'm sorry. Thank you. What? Oh, God. Is it gonna drive me up a wall? Nope. Nope, I heard you. Morias Bibil. No, it's still just this shin one I got from the birthday. Niece doesn't. She doesn't close. Huh. Random side note, where do we call it quits for today? Since I beat the thing that was supposed to take me hours quickly. What's the next big thing that's like you should save it for next time? What's the next biggie that will usually get you killed? Because I really feel like I cheated the system by not struggling on that part, is what it feels like. Maze or water hall? Oh God. I forgot about both of them things.
Stick close.
No problem.
All right.
Bofa. You can screw off with that water room talk. You know damn well there's no water wall in this one. Or lava room. Not water wall. There's no lava room. You know it. Just let me get behind the cannon. Let me overkill, but that's fine.
Firing again. All right. That went well.
Oh, warning next time.
All I'm saying is I was within the first one at platinum on PS5. All I'm saying is why? What? Lava in the castle? Why? Lava in the castle? Why? I don't understand. Oh, what medallion did I miss? Uh-oh. Wait a second. What medallion did I miss? Oh, come on. That one. Hi. Did you jump on me? It's not because it gets cold in the winter. Do not give the people that need excuses. There are better heating systems than saying, look, I found some lava. What do you want to do with it? Like, treat it Minecraft style in the basement? What do you mean Minecraft style? You just can carry it in a bucket and put it wherever you want to. It keeps things warm, but if you actually use anything other than the metal bucket, or I guess these statues that we're going to put on it, it'll burn to death. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't burn through the bucket, since its melting point is. Don't think about it too much. Just if you could mine the lava for me while I'm gone. It's the fact that lava is hot and winter is cold, therefore lava is good to warm. No, Australia, speak up. It's winter's not necessarily cold. I took it off work just to spend days playing it and nothing else. Are you serious?
Wow. Look at this place.
Jeezums.
I mean, it's old.
What kind of things do you take workout now for? You're just mad that you didn't think of using lava first. I'm not mad that I didn't think of using lava first. I'm just mad at lava.
Ooh, what you buying?
It's not the same. It sounded like some of this. That sounded so familiar to me, thinking like, leave Brittany alone. Like it had that same timbre to it. Getting a little scared right there.
Welcome.
All right, sell all the random. Who the hell are you? Yeah, gotta get to that line real quick.
Price. Well, That's
our choice to make.
A deal well struck. Well then, what can I do you for?
See, I might just
You
buy.
have a ticket, do ya?
Shut up, dude.
Choose a weapon, stranger, and I'll make it sing. We're starting to get an idea of your tastes, friend. Got a selection. Don't get yourself killed now.
I know I'm waiting to use that ticket on something. I can't remember what. And was excited and not. It's from being at working. So I'm not supposed to. What she's saying. If I don't get called back in to flirt with goth girls. How many goth girls do you work with, and are they all Latina? I've actually never spotted one of those in the wild, as in I didn't go to school with, or... I never spotted one of those in the wild. Alyssa, are there lots of goth Latinas? The world needs to know real quick. I don't know. I don't know how that works. I don't work with him. I go to... I go to tattoo shops, get tired, and hit on the artists or bartenders. A wild Latina has appeared. Oh, they do. Huh. No, he spends his off time hitting on people that would work at Hot Topic. He's a medic. Military medic, but that's where they're gonna go because tattoos are there. We tend to go through a phase, but it's not a phase, Mom. Well, that's good that you're talking to me because don't worry, it is not a phase, Mom, but Daddy. Daddy.
Daddy. Daddy. Daddy. Daddy.
Daddy.
Daddy.
Daddy.
Daddy.
Daddy. Daddy. Daddy. Daddy.
Is it a phase? Does that change if it's a phase or not?
Most warm welcome to my castle. Such a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance, Mr. Kennedy.
Who the hell are you?
Me? Oh, please, call me Ramon. And allow me to get straight to the...
I thought of hitting her with the mac and cheese.
I would like you to hand the girl there over to me. Now.
Yeah, fat chance, Ramon. The girl's just fine. With me.
Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy.
I haven't watched these cutscenes in forever.
How novel. Nonetheless, you see, the girl must be ours. With a girl as the very source, your United States, and then the entire world shall overflow with his grace. For that is the iron will of my master, the most holy, Lord Sadler. So then, you will comply. Yes?
Never.
You heard the lady.
How unfortunate. Do make sure our guest feels at home, now that he has chosen death.
He's only in his 20s. Your right hand comes off.
Leon?
Just stay close.
Careful, sarcasm might like that. Talking about, I might like that. Sarcasm might have paid for that before. As being like, can I get that extra? Or is that come standard? Or?
Give me a break already.
How do I look as good as he does when I'm in my 20s? I hope I keep looking like I might be in my 20s when I am as old as he looks. once I'm back in better physical shape, I'm going to go ahead and assume that it will once again be, I'm not going to get guessed for over being like 30-ish. Not being in good shape will make it look like you might be finally, like age might be taking a toll. And I hate that. It's not fair. It's ageism, Mom. But having no body fat to your name, whether you want it or not.
Come on.
Okay.
And enough musculature that you can go, and then people usually are like, well, you're probably like, you're probably legal. And that's about as much thought as they put into it. Okay, round is a shape.
It's open.
Well, round is a shape, but I view myself as needing to be like a hammer, like you think of a hammer. I like to think of like what function does my body need to work as? Like you think of a tool, but I'm not a tool. Unless I want to be a wheel. Oh no. And hey, I never said I enjoyed the love stabs. I will say yes, I did have them back over. I just hid knives. Like I said, probably enjoyed.
Looks like we can continue on this way.
Careful.
All right, we deal with him, and then when we go. I always question what kind of torture must have been going on. Do I escape without? Oh, in the spirit of what we're doing, I have to kill him, don't I? I need it to 0 damage. The shotgun's gonna help me.
Do they keep animals down here or something?
Just gonna go over here real quick. The light is lost. Ashley, whatever you do, do not let me fall through these boards. No damage genocide run? I haven't watched the cutscenes in so long, I forgot he was right there. Oh, I walked so much slower. No! That is almost unreasonably slow. That is... you can't kneel and walk with any speed. Oh no. Is there a lore reason their eyes are suture set? Yeah, during experimentation. As essentially little things they are. One of the books explain them better. I have to go look at what this game says because I think this is one of the descriptions that are a little different than the original game. Oh God. I don't like this at all. No, how? How would you even know? No. Am I scared? Nah. Whee! No! 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 So we just slam his back as fast as possible while he's really spazzing. Seeing someone say "Milady," is that Trayvon? Why am I letting this play every time? Run for it. Do your lunges. Okay, got it. Yeah, keep those eyes open. There's no way you should have known to attack that. It didn't make a sound. Okay, now we get away. Now we get away. Okay. Ooh. He's is talking about somebody that usually says "Milady" but also does the bowing emoji. Did you forget that he bows? I didn't. Pepperidge Farms didn't. Wait, what? I just forget I can do this. I'm way too old. I never know any of these references. Oh, it's just to another person. It's not about being old. Don't worry. We're talking about age. I mean, you're talking to the older person thing here. And then I'm like the second oldest. Because the bot is like 900 something. And then I'm apparently, you know, pushing a century. Or something like that. I don't know. Sarcasm, you didn't need to say that. I was 97.
Nothing.
You were right.
You were right about the animals, though.
Hey, Howen Gumo. I speak only the truth when drinking rum. That is not
You okay?
how truth works and rum works for you. Or most people. Most people speak. I wouldn't call it English. That's going a little far. With rum, I wouldn't call it English. I'm not sure I'd call it a language, but it does communicate a thing, so I guess that's the definition.
Look at all of this.
I view it as truth, therefore it is. I don't know. I don't know who that is. I'm newer to Twitch as a platform. I don't know. Dear. You're telling me I hit both? I didn't hit both. That's fine. Right. I hit both.
What's that used for?
Hey, Shadow.
Well, it's just a replica. Only a couple of uses for it.
Hey, Stuffed Mushroom. Only a couple uses for it. Oh, hold on. I got something important coming down the pipeline. The important thing is gonna have to wait for a second. Okay, hold on. Golden sword.
This artwork, doesn't it look like it's telling some...
I would love to explain the spread shot. I would love to. Except for that time, I mean, there's a chance. The wad is separate, and also there's open choke that distance. It could open up enough just fine that if I aiming right here could hit both. Rifled slug, choose one or the other, or get a weird deflection and maybe hit both.
Guess you're right.
How long until you mod in the Lemmy to help you win? I want you to take the longest digit you've got. Bend over. You can see where this is going. You're gonna get a prostate exam early. Well, Stuffed Mushroom, I'm glad you feel that way. We're almost finished for tonight, but I'm gonna be doing. I'll be around plenty. Eventually, Twitch is really gonna want me to make a schedule, which means I'll have a schedule that I have to follow for YouTube. Which means, how do you schedule these things if you're also trying to work a 40 out and try to find a job that doesn't make you die inside? I have to find a snake.
This is the same room as before, isn't it? Guess we just circled around.
Yeah, we got jerked around a little bit. We circled. I wonder if they're gonna make a name for that.
Don't even think about trying this yourself.
As if. Yeah, we go down. We're going down. Don't come down the ladder. I didn't do this for you. What did I say? Do I have a key on me? I didn't do this for you. Why are you down that ladder? Go back up there.
Gun rhymes with will.
Gun rhymes with fun for a reason. English language. That's it. That is the reason.
Valuables won't
Viper.
do you much good in the grave.
Zoot Suit Riot, handguns and flash grenades. I guess I need to keep the flashes. That you're gone. You're done. Okay, thank you.
Will that be all?
No, it's not. I'm thinking that maybe.
There you are. You've exhausted our normal range of services for this weapon. If you're interested in something more, well, you catch my drift.
I don't think I want to use the ticket on this. I think we're gonna come up against another weapon here sooner than later that I can immediately make it way better with the ticket. But I'm gonna spend money on that. I'm gonna hard-earned, not really hard-earned money on that.
Jumping across chandeliers.
If you're streaming during the day tomorrow, you probably need to finish up soon. That is true. Well, somebody responsible has spoken, and it is true. I did not notice it was past midnight that far. I kept thinking, oh, we'll go until about midnight. Well, you know what? It's a good time as any to be able to... It won't work, will it? Crest won't work. You should do this again at some point. I have a Wheel of Pain. You want me to bring back out the Wheel of Punishment that I used to have? Will it? Can it even say credits? Thank you to PageBot. That is what credit said. That's it. Curious donated earlier. Somebody gifted some memberships. I think maybe. I'm not quite sure. Smooth did a super chat. Kuaku resubbed for Prime for 2 months. 2 months. There's people that did other things. We have a new member, Debow. But don't worry. Only Paige. This feels like an only Monica type situation. How did that happen? And Latoya, welcome back to the family. Thank you for letting me build my empire upon your supporters. They're now supports to the empire. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. Hope to be live recording. If I'm awake enough, it's definitely Silent Hill F that I'm playing during the day. And I definitely need to finish the rest of the edits. And hopefully having brought myself down to the level of fine nasal candy that can come up will make it so that I'm fine to edit come morning time. My watch told me last night that what sleep I got was crap. So, it literally said your sleep quality has lowered. Let me show you. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Hope to see you guys back here in the next one real soon. Bye. I need to give Twitch some emotes though.